like he was like backing up, like, yeah, yeah, yeah. Tell him. That's right. Tell him. And then when you like, and then if you were like had to argue, not argue, but like he'd be like, yeah, fuck right, weep, like fuck right. It's like your b boy, like, uh, buddy.
It's supposed to be one of the best talkers in the world. He's like, that's why I got him kind of thing because I thought like he'll be able to flat smack people because of listening to me.
Speech wise, man, I don't know, man. It's weird. Birds are weird. I don't know. I've never met one that can really like talk. Sure, we'll get there though.
Yeah, yeah. She might never
Doing really
actually.
cool right now. I guess we're at last quarter. It's
Hey,
last quarter. Yes. Then it'll go new.
frozen sweet corn, carrots, and peas, and then some mixed summer fruits that are like frozen. They're just gonna like I'll get a few out and then just chop them up and stuff like.
Yeah.
Yeah, instead of buying like fresh food all the time, I kind of wanted the bird in the idea that because they eat fresh food all the time and stuff like, and that's good for me. So we'll eat the same food. Like I wouldn't like buy it organic all the time and stuff like that. I mean, it's like an excuse for me to have organic and stuff, but too expensive. so, so you get some frozen stuff, which is
So you
lucky because it's
literally
just
eat like
easy.
a bird.
Hey,
So you literally eat like a bird.
yeah, that's what I wanted. I thought, same thing, and it's all right. Like,
Oh. 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 That was some crazy neck cracking sounds. Welcome back, Flat Earth dude.
hey, dude.
Welcome to the show. Yeah. Guess I'm gonna coffee up here, brother.
You know, I've got some tea. I've been going more. I've been thinking more tea like recently.
Because you're a gentleman.
I've just been. I think too much coffee is a thing,
Because you're a
and
fancy lad.
I've been overindulging. That's what's been going on.
Yeah. Just don't drink it. We don't drink it every day. Don't drink it all day every day. That's too much coffee.
What else do you drink?
Beer, lemonade, coffee. The three basic food groups, beverage group. Does water count? I don't know. Does air count as a food? No. So I don't think water should count. We don't even know what most of that is anyway. Right. I need some water for this. Yeah, we're approaching new moon. Again, I'm noticing this weird trend. Well, let's do the Sans accent right now. I haven't had my coffee, but like my water jug, oh sparklets. It's just a water jug, but always it seems around the new moon it steams up on the inside. Haha! I have no way to understand why that happens. I'll try it for another couple of months. We'll see. We'll see what happens here. Yeah. Oh, what are you
It's
making
moisture
tea?
levels in air as well, isn't there?
It doesn't seem more humid. Um, I just I noticed it doesn't do this on a full moon cycle, like or the waxing cycle, but in the waning cycle, this happens. I don't know. It's just I don't understand how that works. Is it a coincidence? I don't know. I've noticed it a lot of times, even in items in the refrigerator. Sometimes, not here, but in other years, I've noticed that, like, I don't know, a soda bottle will be impossible to open. You know, only because I over tighten the soda bottle because I put a death grip on it and twist. That's how I soda pop. But I haven't done that in a long time. I just remember like certain times of the new moon, it would get like so like yeah, I don't know, like vacuum seal type shit. About that. There's something to it, I tell you. I'm gonna get to the bottom of it. Yep. After I make this coffee. Any news worth reading? Aside from a couple they're feathering in these space stories too right now, in my Google feed. I'm getting almost none of the emergency news stories. Um, but what do we got? Disney will premiere an 8-part Mandalorian docu-series on Star Wars Day. So we got that. Um, 17 bodies turn up at a New Jersey nursing home. Mm-hmm. That happens all the time. Um, grocery delivering is failing, according to Washington Post. Oh, astronomers saw a star dancing around a black hole, and it proves Einstein's theory. Uh, we're getting shut down. We're shut down. That's the end of this broadcast. It was nice talking to you, Lev, but we won't be able to talk anymore. Or we can talk to each other, but it'll be twice.
Twice the fun.
I heard you the first time, Lev.
Yeah, I'm laughing twice as well.
Did you say a packet of gum?
Code.
Yeah, this is not going to get better, Lev.
Is is nearby. Is not long put stream on.
Hmm?
Is not long put stream on live. We're back on air again live.
You're gonna have to speak in shorter ideas.
We're back on air.
Nice try. Nice try. Good job. Yeah, dude just came in just in time to save us from having a discussion. So that's great. You must have a timer. It happens right around 4 sometimes, like almost all the time. Cool. Is it
Oh
over
no,
now?
we're back. Yeah, it's over. I don't know why it does it.
Yeah, it's gonna do it again too, I think. But it's okay for now.
It didn't. It didn't happen yesterday, though, did it?
I'm
I've
not
not noticed it
sure.
do it for a while.
I, I think it started up yesterday, so I. You know what? I don't remember. It's all a blur. Oh, I'm so glad that's not happening right now. I wonder why that does happen. But I wonder a lot of things, Lip. Oh, there it is.
Ah,
Come on back, Echo. You know,
missing it.
yeah, man. Oh yeah. Okay. Awesome, yeah. Yeah. You and all you Echo people.
The total recovered in UK has turned to non-applicable.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, man. If you want to like talk, I'll call you on a separate line.
All right, yeah.
All right. Okay. Peace out, OPPC. CCC, PPP. Echo, echo, echo.
No, back in a bit.
I've I've had it with Twitter. I probably will still post links to videos or the odd story that I find compelling. But I've pretty much had it. It's a toxic, time-wasting, echo chamber building cesspool. And I'm done with it. YouTube is much better because I get to say what I want to say properly, even though I don't always get it right, even though sometimes I change my mind. But yeah, that's where I'm at today. And I announced that I was quitting Twitter, and of course, I thank everybody for the positive comments. It's very nice. Thank you. And I'm still here, still going to put out videos when I can. But part of me feels like it's inevitable. We're going into the techno dystopia communist control tyranny soon. I think it's inevitable. I did a video a while back called They Hate Us. I don't know if you saw it. It was about the techno dystopia and how they're going to bring it in, what the component parts each are. It wasn't a complete picture. And when I made that video, I thought to myself, I really thought, we have 10 years probably before they're going to try this. That's what I thought. So I believed if I started early and made it clear enough of what their vision is, I thought we could prevent it, because personally I don't think they're anywhere near developed enough in the technology to pull it off. I really don't. For example, I don't think these quantum computers they talk about, I don't think they're real things. Their 5G grid is not installed. Bitcoin is still a ridiculous pipe dream at this point, like to be used for regular commerce. It's outrageous. But it really looks like they are going for the first stages of it, which would be to have us humans kind of psychologically ready and physically prepped to be part of the Internet of Things. And the Internet of Things is one of the huge components of the Fourth Industrial Revolution, which is the thing that I covered in They Hate Us. So, yeah, I still think they're years away from putting it into practice, but I do think they are getting the groundwork laid. And I never thought about the possibility of using a fake pandemic to scare people into compliance. That They Hate Us video is very depressing as it is, but like I say, I just touched on it. I just touched on the overview of what it would be. In that video, I mentioned virtual reality. I said, people are going to reject this. They're going to look at this world view and they're going to say, no way could they bring it in because no one would do it. Well, guess what? We're testing that notion right now with the pandemic. We're testing it. Because the Fourth Industrial Revolution will be a world in which we order everything online. We don't work. We get a basic personal income. Is that what they call that thing? And they euthanize the sick. They euthanize the elderly because they don't work out in a green economy and in an energy-balanced economy. Law will go Regular law, innocent until proven guilty, court of law, judge, law books, a defense, that's gone and over with in the fourth industrial revolution because the technocrats believe that once you're hooked up to the Internet of Things as a human being, there will be an ironclad sort of trail of your movements and what you do. So why would you need judges? Why would you need lawyers? Why would you need laws? It's just going to put rules. They'll be embedded right into either your phone or the chip. Because you guys realize, right, the phone is just like a giant-sized chip that you voluntarily carry around with you and you pay for right now? You realize that? And then they're going to just shrink that whole thing down and have it attached to our bodies, whether it's these quantum dots they're talking about, where they inject dye. It's not really dye, though, into you and track you, or whether they embed the chip under your skin almost at birth, I would assume. And that'll just be that. So yeah, law and order will be gone. They're already putting into place the telehealth thing, and they want you to do your doctor's visits through Skype. And some people say that there's upsides to that. Maybe there are. But I want you to all think about the fact that Bill Gates owns Microsoft. Who owns Skype? Microsoft, am I wrong? And whereas before, you would go into a doctor's office and you had privacy. You could tell him anything, show him anything. You're naked, you're lying on a table, spread-eagled, he's looking at things. Whatever happens in that room is private. And in order to get access to that information, there's whole procedures you have to go through, and usually people don't succeed. But if you are trying to build a type of human that's able to go onto the Internet of Things easily, then you would need all people's medical data to run your stupid models and run your stupid AI quantification and qualification tests on people. And what better way than to have the raw data through the digital form, which Skype would give them. And then you just plug all that. The AI does it for you. It does word searches. Imagine the whole time too. It's probably taking your temperature, your heart rate. It's looking at your eyes. It's judging everything while you say to your doctor, "Oh, I've been having lower back pain, so I would like a prescription." And Skype is capturing all of this. Then it can make a giant medical database. It can sort out people into categories. Which ones will work best in their fourth industrial revolution society? And you know the worst part? The worst part, and the reason that I'm quitting Twitter anyway, not YouTube, not yet, is that most people want it. Most people want it. They might say they don't want it, but they won't even give up their smartphones. They make 1,000,001 excuses for that. 1,000,001. But most people are believing the lies of the media still. And in his press conference yesterday, Trump said, yeah, everyone's like cheering on that he showed that montage of videos of the fake news media. Yeah, that was lovely. A lovely little science fair project. But what he said was, after I'm gone, I hope you will all fade away. Speaking about the media. So what does that tell you, everybody? He has no intention. There's no method by which he can... There's no method by which he intends to take down the media before he's gone. There's also the very concerning fact that the technocrats and the globalists, they would love nothing more than to decimate the proper media. I realize we all kind of want it now because they are a pack of liars. They're vicious, horrible, immoral liars. And who knows who's paying them to be that way, or maybe they're just naturally like that. Maybe they're very stupid, I don't know. But the thing about losing the mainstream media, the legacy media, is we actually then turn it all over to tech. yet again. It's a trap. It's a tarp. Shout out GLP. It's a tarp. We don't really want to lose the media, the real legacy media, which has lawyers at the ready and insurance policies and can send its reporters on location with security and the whole bit. This is important to democracy. Scott Adams and many other shills. I view Scott Adams as a total shill. Who's he working for? Himself, I guess, because Scott Adams 2 years ago announced that he was going to get into making apps. That was his new business line. Like, he doesn't already have enough money. But now he's out there saying that, I guess we just have to face facts. We can't have privacy anymore. We can't because of COVID. We need to be tracked. Let's just face it. That's what he's saying. In case you don't know who Scott Adams is, he's the Dilbert guy. I was at the post office earlier today, and now the post office, it's in a little drugstore near where I live. And now we have to wait outside for them to come and answer the door, and then we tell them what we want, and the girl tries to hand it to us while staying as far away from us as possible. It's really pleasant. Every time I've been at that door waiting, there's been someone else, at least one other person there waiting with me. And today, the first time was a total Karen. Karen is the name given to busybody, fearful women who just love to run around enforcing the rules, no matter whether they make sense or not. They're tattletales. They don't have any common sense. They're just vicious little bitter enforcers, order followers, right? Anyway, first time there was one of them there, and thankfully she was quite outnumbered by the rest of us who just rolled our eyes. That was kind of fun. But today, it was just me and another guy. I guess he's about my age. He was about my age. And from talking to him, I know that he lives with his mother and has a sister in town and a son. And he said, first thing he said was, my son won't even come and visit me, my own son. I can't see my grandkids because my son is so scared of the virus. And then he said that his sister gets groceries for the mother sometimes, and that the last time she did it, she phoned from her car and said, I've just put the groceries on the porch, so you can go out and get them. And she didn't. She stayed in her car. This is heartbreaking to me. This is horrifying to me. On so many levels. But yeah, and I guess I get a lot of messages, tons and tons of messages, that I've done a good job and I've helped people red pill their family and things like this. And this used to make me so, so, so happy. I guess it makes me happy still, but what I'm worried about now is that it's a done deal. I think it's a done deal. And let's say somehow you were in some kind of nightmare scenario where there was a guy going around stabbing all your neighbors at night. And he was absolutely unstoppable. You knew he was unstoppable. Somehow you knew about this. Would you go tell your neighbors? I mean, what's the point? What's the point of telling them? Is it better? Look, guys, I know how depressing this is, but if your neighbor or your child or your parent is going to get stabbed to death in their sleep, do you want to wake them up just before so that they die in horror? I don't. I kind of think the world is already, divided into the wheat and the chaff, and there's no point. Like, unfortunately, there's way more chaff than wheat. There's way more sleeping people and straight up bad people. At least there's enough that they have overwhelmed the good people. Let me say this too. Good people. If we ever want to get out of this, I think we have to do bad things. Do I mean illegal things? I wouldn't say that. But things considered bad. We have to be stronger. We have to prepare. When I was a single mother with a little kid, I moved into my first house. I bought my first house, and I couldn't sleep well for a month because just the way the house was laid out, my daughter's room was closer to the stairs coming up to the upstairs than my bedroom was. And I thought to myself, I have to be attentive, because if someone broke in and snuck up the stairs, they could get to her before I even woke up. So I've slept really lightly for a long time till I got to know the noises of the house and all that. And the other thing I did was I sat there, I laid in my bed, and I made plans for how I would deal with any intruder. I bet you a lot of women have done this. I bet you a lot of, maybe men too, probably. But one of the mental preparations was to steel myself psychologically for trying to kill someone. Like, I imagined if I grabbed a candlestick, that I would have to tell myself, don't try to hit him just to knock him out. Try to kill him. Because I'm probably not strong enough to kill him in the first place. But the other thing would be like holding back. I would hold myself back. I know I would, because I'm a good person. Because I only want to do the minimum damage just to keep myself safe. If I had this candlestick and I gave him the hardest whack across the head and he fell down, that I should go hit him 3 or 4 or 5 or 10 more times in the head so that he wouldn't get back up. I trained myself to think that way. And in some ways, this is so sad, and I don't know if this is unique to me or what, but I'm just being honest with you. I go out into the zombie world right now, the lockdown world, where everybody's standing silently on these strips of tape. To get into stores, we're waiting in the cold, freezing wind. We barely talk to each other in the lineups. For God's sake, everybody's so scared of one another. And it's terrifying to say, like, I'm not afraid. They have made strong people weak. They have made unafraid people act like they're afraid. This has been the story of the last 20 years. Go along with the lie. Go along with the lie. We keep thinking, oh God, that scene in 1984, it's just about to get that bad. Where they torture Winston, the main character. They torture him. How many fingers am I holding up, Winston? And Winston wants to tell the truth. We all would. I say to you right now, how many fingers am I holding up, audience? And you think to yourself, 4. But in the 1984 world, they want you to say some other number. They want you to say whatever number they want you to say, even though it's a lie. And this is a raping of your conscience. It seems it's so extreme, like we would never do that. But we've been doing it. I myself had to do it well, we all still have to do it. I still have to do it in certain situations all the time. I mean, first it was, you can't question the narrative of 9/11. I'm sure there were things before that. And you just couldn't. And you had to sit there at dinner tables with people talking about this, with the lies all embedded in the conversation, and you had to go along with it. How many fingers am I holding up, Winston? That's what the boot stomping on the face forever is. And our families do it to us. Our families will purposely troll us almost, just like the guy holding up his fingers. So they'll say to you in public with a new person at the dinner table or something like that, "What do you think really happened on 9/11? They'll ask. And they know. They're holding up the fingers to you. They want to watch you lie. They want to watch you choose between telling the truth and then getting beaten on for telling the truth, or they want to see you betray your own conscience in front of them, and they get off on it. This is the exact same thing with trans. "It's ma'am!" They'll scream in your face, and you have to go along with it. How many fingers am I holding up, Winston? The Q people are doing this now too. Trust the plan. Don't question POTUS. How many fingers am I holding up, Winston? And now, I thought things were improving, but then the Wuhan virus came along, the China virus, coronavirus, COVID. They can't even keep a name for this thing. And all the people with the power are saying that this is probably going to last forever now. They'll just spring up a new strain, an outbreak of the COVID, just like in 1984, where they said, we have to do this because we're at war again with East Asia or whatever the country's name is. And it's all lies. It's all lies. They just want the reaction out of the public. And that's why I'm quitting Twitter. Because I am once again finding that there are people from all angles, even people on my own side, asking me, how many fingers are there, Winston? And if I don't answer how they want me to answer, they're going to make me pay. And I'm just sick of it. I'm sick of it. Because it is not just coming from trolls and shills. It's coming from everyone. Everyone wants their way or the highway. And there's too many lies. We can't even know what the truth is anymore. I believe that this is, what can I tell you? What I believe is they've done their best move. This is their most restrictive, unbelievably tyrannical move. They have basically put us all in prison. They're so cruel that we're in these quarantine situations. We have neighbors spying on us like the Stasi, ready to report, these Karens. And if they cared about us at all, if this was really about health and well-being of people, they would at least be encouraging us to have family get-togethers, repaint your house, get everyone together. Like, what a glorious chance this could have been for everyone to take a weekend and, okay, what do you need at your house, Aunt Martha? We'll build you a new shed this weekend. And then everyone goes to Uncle Bob's house the next week and we put in a garden patch for him and whatever it may be. Learn a new skill. We could teach each other skills during this time. But no, we can't even meet together. Although I say just go ahead and meet. Just go ahead. You got a new baby granddaughter or grandson? Go see them, for God's sake. We'll get to that in a second. But they've closed the stores. You're supposed to order online, and most of the stuff is sold out, or the companies are saying, it's all a mess. We have no idea how long it'll take to get that. Still costs for delivery. What if you just forget a hinge or your hammer breaks? Then you got to wait another week? It's just, and some places are banning seeds. This is crazy. This is crazy. Yeah, I wanted to say about the grandchild thing. Like, as I've said, I hear from a lot of people, from a lot of different walks of life, and a trend that I've been hearing is mothers who have woken up and they are losing their children to this world. I think that is going to happen, sadly, sadly, sadly. I think one of the worst things that's going to happen of this fake pandemic. And when I say fake pandemic, I don't mean that there's not a flu virus going around. I mean, it is not a pandemic. The numbers are proving it. If the mainstream news would admit that, this could all go away, but they don't. And political leaders are using it for political leverage and control. And corporations are using it. Look at how the corporations are using it. Small businesses can't be open, but Walmart can stay open. The huge, giant, mega corporations are sucking up all the air in the room now, aren't they? And as all these businesses go bankrupt and all these properties become available, all these market share becomes available, BlackRock or some other giant hedge fund is just going to come in and vacuum it all up and entrench this system further. We'll all be eating their almost poisonous fake crap food soon because they're the only companies that are allowed to operate. Have you heard about all the farmers having to get rid of their onions and their, not just onions, fruit and veg and beef and milk? I even have farmer trolls coming along when I say that. And I show farmers going through it. And I show Thomas Massey, representative in the United States, I show him talking about it. These are reputable people in the industry. Fake farmer shills will come along and go, that's not true. Nobody's losing their farms. If these farmers planned properly, they would be fine. Whatever. It's a block festival over on my timeline. But yeah, parents are saying they're losing their kids. And I mean, I told you that story about the guy whose own son won't come over, scared of the virus. So are you going to hold up? Are you going to tell me how many fingers there are, Winston? Are you going to fight for your kid? They're not going to believe you. They're not going to believe you. And in fact, it's going to drive the wedge in deeper. There's areas where my own child and I mean, the world gets them. I'm sorry to say it. The modern world gets them. And we're going through such a revolution in the way everything works that the gulf between how we understand the world and how they understand the world is just, I don't believe it can be filled. In the movie 1984, if you didn't go along with the delusion of the majority, or the vocal minority, whatever it was, the control system, if you didn't go along with their narrative, they would torture you to death. They put they'd attach a rat to your face with a cage and it would eventually chew your face off, and just different horrible tortures like that. And we think of that and we think of the physicality of that. We think of the horror movie shock value of that. But what do you think it feels like as a parent to have your own child be the one holding up the fingers and making you tell them a lie just so they'll feel better? And your punishment, if you don't, is they won't see you anymore. They won't let you see your grandchildren anymore. They think you're crazy. They move on with your life after the investment you put into them, the hope you had for them, the sparkle in their eyes when they knew that you were smart, when they understood that family was important. But the world has gotten so many of them. And it's not just parents and children, of course. Siblings and all relationships, best friends, all of it. There's so much strain. Either you believe the lie and go along with them, or you lose them. That's the choice we're facing. Would I rather have a rat gnawing on my face? I would, if it meant that all of our kids could have common sense and not be totally consumed by fear and not believe the lies that the government and the news media are telling them. I would gladly do that if I could save the kids. Kids, they're like 30. Oh, guys, this is pretty bad. I'm not in a good headspace. And I think it's time to start building the world that we want to see. And it's going to be horrible. It's going to be very hard to do this because after my family left Quebec, the Quiet Revolution, which was a Marxist revolution basically, which empowered a certain group of bullies, delusional, crazy bullies. It empowered them, and then my family, because we were Anglos, we spoke English, we were villainized. That was another case. That was another classic case of how many fingers am I holding up, Winston? Because what they wanted from all of the English-speaking Quebecers, they wanted us to say, we have abused you. We have stolen your opportunities. We have held you down. We have treated you badly. And we're all rich and privileged. And we have the jobs that you deserve. And the power that you deserve. That's what they wanted from all of us. It wasn't true. My grandfather was born in a place called Shitty Village. That's what it was called. And he dragged himself out of poverty. Dragged himself. He worked his fingers to the bone. He worked 40 hours a week, and then he would come home and he built houses. He dug out the basements by hand. When he was a kid during the Depression, he used to chase the coal truck, he said, and if pieces fell off, he would gather them, and then he could bring them home or sell them. But the Francos in Quebec turned to all of us just because we spoke English, and they accused us of stealing from them, of abusing them. Anyway, that Marxist revolution happened, and we all ran. 800,000 Anglos ran from Quebec. Some Anglos stayed there, and they're still being abused today. I don't know why they don't leave. I guess it's Stockholm Syndrome. They believe it now. They are so filled with shame that they believe that's fine. I mean, they somehow do deserve to be treated like second-class citizens everywhere they go in Quebec. So we ran, but the Marxist revolution continued, fomented, got bigger, got deeper. And now, as I said, there's nowhere to run. There's nowhere to run. But that doesn't mean I need to stay in the Twitter ghetto, where we all just complain about things as if it's the first time it ever happened. Tim Pool is the absolute worst for this. Every time someone gets deplatformed, Tim Pool is like, it's begun. Oh my God. Who's next? So what? Listen, my first solution, Polly, you're so negative lately. What's your solutions? My first solution is get rid of your smartphone if you can. And really think about whether or not you can. Because a lot of people are addicts and they're making excuses like heroin junkies, I swear to God. It's ridiculous. Trouble is now lockdown, right? You can't get a different phone. Oh, see, they closed the gates. They closed the gates. Maybe move to the country. Oh, it's too hard because of the lockdown. They closed the gates. Get some extra food in. Remember at the beginning? Do you remember how many conservatives were mocking people for getting extra food and toilet paper in? And they believed the news that there's not going to be shortages. We're restocking the shelves. You can't get vitamin C. You can't get toilet paper. You can't get flour. You can't get yeast. You can barely get meat half the time. Surprise, the media lied to you. Surprise, the controllers told you a fib. And you jumped right on board because you were trusting the plan. You didn't want to look like you were being fearful. You didn't want to be a greedy hoarder. Well, let me tell you something. God gave me a gift by this train blockade that we had in Canada. You probably don't even remember this. But there was a rail blockade. It went on for weeks. It was totally illegal. No police moved to move. I think it only happened one time that the police came in to move the illegal blockade off the train tracks. But now they're moving quickly to get people off the street if they're not social distancing, right? Anyway, that was a heads up, and I thought to myself, well, all of our goods come from the ports, and we're not near the ports, so they're going to travel here on trains, and if the railway is blockaded, I might want to stock up on some things that I use all the time and that I would really hate to be out of. So I did. And I wasn't a hoarder. I just got, 4 times the amount that I needed of these things. So when the conservatives and the trust the plan people started saying don't stock up, I thought that was absolutely ludicrous. It's smart. So people are talking each other out of being smart. People are scaring each other with fake panic stories. And a lot of these people used to be on our side. You know, Jordan Peterson is supposed to be the guy who understands the conservative mind, right? Well, he's totally imploded. Let's not even talk about that. But the thing that he did at the beginning when his popularity was at its height is he started an online personality profile thing for conservatives. It was very, very, very extensive. I wanted to do it, but I didn't want to do it online. I didn't want to put that information out there digitally. And I wrote to him about it. He never wrote back. The company never wrote back. I asked if I could get it to print off and just do it. And no answer. And I thought to myself at that time, that's when I started to question Jordan Peterson. Because what was he really doing with that information? Profiling conservatives? And he said something in, I don't know when, just after Charlottesville. He went on Joe Rogan's show and he totally threw people under the bus, in my opinion. And one of the things he said in that interview was that conservatives are very concerned about cleanliness. They have a high disgust response. And one of the things that would get them, like it got the Nazis, he said, was germs. Germs. So one of the things that could turn the right to totalitarians was an epidemic or a pandemic. He said that after he'd had all that information to profile his conservatives that you guys paid for. Everyone needs to be... Look, here's the bottom line. Systems aren't bad. It's the people inside the systems that are bad. And when I said earlier we're going to have to do some things that are not good, one of the things we're going to have to get really good at that seems on the surface to be a bad thing is extricating liars and hucksters out of our midst. We have to do it. We have to stop giving people so much benefit of the doubt. A little benefit of the doubt, sure. We need to use discernment. We need to remember what it's like to discriminate. We need to be able to tell who is operating from integrity and who isn't. People don't have to be perfect. That's not what I'm saying. But look, we overlook way too much. And it's the good people's job to sort of point out and push away those who would sell out, those who would give up their values for fame or ego or money or any of it. We have to. That's our job. Right now, we have empowered all the people who are ready to throw humanity out the window for the sake of a rule. A rule. A rule based on what? They don't care. If the rule is there, they'll enforce it. That's how they operate. We need to build a parallel society. That's what they did. That's what they did. So we need to do it as well, so that we can go around them. The trouble is right now, how do we find the people who want to, who will step out of the comfort zone and do that? I have a dream. My biggest dream is that we can find, and this is so ridiculous. I mean, I know it won't happen, but there's lots of little towns scattered around rural America and Canada, lots of little towns where the houses are very, very inexpensive, but they have just the enough infrastructure that it could be kind of self-sustaining. Some of these places have lots of homes for sale all at once. I would love to pick one of those towns. It doesn't matter which one. And everybody move there. And we start this parallel society. And we push back. We don't even push back at first. At first, all we do is we preserve. We preserve knowledge. We preserve history. We preserve tradition. We preserve Jesus. We preserve skills. We teach each other small engine repair and crop growing and animal husbandry and survival things, because I don't know about you, but this being cut off from everything has made me realize I never want to be in this position again. And it's very late for me to get started. But that's what we have to do. That's it for me. That's it for me. I may be back with a dig. I hope I will be. But I need to get my house in order. I need to really think some things through. I need to separate myself from the poisonous lies that are out there. Because this is a hand showing 4 fingers, and nothing you can do will make me say otherwise. And I feel it now, coming down like it did after 9/11. We're all going to have to say, this is 5 fingers. We're all going to have to say it again. I don't know if I have it in me to do it. So, sayonara Twitter exchanges for as long as I can keep away, and hopefully I just completely break the habit and forget it even exists, quite frankly. All right, everybody. Until next time, peace out. Be kind to each other.
What's up, Trig? Trigger? Fucking Trig. Fucking trigged out, dude.
Fucking triggered, mate.
What happened to you, man?
What do you mean, what happened to me?
You totally fucking rage quit. Man. Fuck, dude.
I'm the rage
Get
quitter,
a hold
dog.
of yourself, please. Fuck.
What?
Get a hold of yourself, bro.
Nah, I won't.
Fuck, dude. Grow the fuck up, man. Come on.
What?
Get your head together, man. Nothing
together.
in this fucking arena should trigger you, bro. Really.
I'm not triggered. I just want to trigger other people.
Well, don't do that, man. That does not fucking help. You here to help, or you just here to fuck shit up?
Both. But
Well, fucking don't do it, man. It's just not.
well,
It's
did you
not the
listen
time,
earlier?
man. Maybe down
Were
the
you
road you
listening?
can do that. You did it in the
Were you
past, but now is not the time to do that, bro.
were you listening earlier?
Dude, when you raged quit, I was on the fucking call.
Yeah, dude. Like, fuck them.
Oh, then don't come around, then, man. You know,
Okay. Fuck. Later.
Later.
Fucking.
Fuck, man.
Yeah, dude.
You got some good ideas. You got some fucking something that's
Yeah,
gonna
I
help.
got an idea. Quit spreading fear porn. Yeah,
Oh
that's a
fuck,
good idea.
dude.
How
That's
about
what that. If
How about that?
What's fear porn? I mean,
What?
fuck, we're all gonna die someday. Is that fear porn?
Yeah, we're all gonna die someday, but not this week, not
No,
this year.
I know that, man. But you know.
Yeah, all right. That's what I was.
But
Just
I'll tell
saying,
you
like,
what. In 2 weeks from now, if you can't get any
Yeah.
food, then you're gonna be pissed, man. So, it's, just people are trying to give you a heads up. Maybe you want to fucking stock up on some shit. I don't know.
Dude, have you been to the stores?
Or they're
They have
throwing.
everything except toilet paper. What are you talking about? They have everything except toilet paper.
I've been having a hard time finding paper towels, so I don't know. I couldn't.
Yeah,
Yeah. Toilet paper, I did get some, man. But
you're telling me right now, fuck off because you don't want to go all along with all these people fucking acting like Chicken Little.
fuck, dude. I'm just saying, bring something to the table that fucking helps people, man. I mean, whether it,
I am bringing something to the table. It's called not being fucking all feared out, dude. Like, fuck.
well,
I mean,
dude,
I
there's
just
a lot
hear,
to be
like,
afraid of, dude. There's not like
someone
it's
will
not
bring
like
up-
there's nothing to be afraid of, dude. There's a shitload of shit to be afraid of,
if you want to fucking feed into it, you can be afraid of a lot of things.
dude. Walk around, go look at fucking the stores are full right now, but when the train stops, fuck, man.
What train? What train?
Any train, who knows, dude. This is not
Okay,
a fucking
like, people are talking about meat places going out of business.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, they're going to go out of business, and then a new one will start up because there's a demand for meat. It's
Well,
not like everything's
It
just going to
takes
stop.
time. It takes time to fucking start up a meat company, dude. It takes years.
Yeah. Years? I don't know about years.
Well,
but
you
yeah, it
got
takes
you got to
time.
grow some fucking animals. You got to feed them. What if they got to
I just-
eat something?
you know,
They got
I
to
just
have
get tired of
water.
hearing
They
just
got to
fear,
have
fear with no balanced reporting of it. You know what I mean? It's just fucking lame.
All right, well, fuck, man.
Someone
Maybe
starts talking about financial news and they don't really know what the fuck they're talking about. And it's just fucking annoying. And I just voice my opinion and it just pisses me off. You know what I mean? It just gets old, but fuck, I'll just leave. I just won't show up here. If it's just going to be everyone acting like Chicken Little all day, I don't need it.
dude, we talk about everything around here. You know that, man. We talk about music, fucking movies, fucking cars, fucking
Yeah.
It's not a one fucking thing fits all here, dude. By any
Yeah,
means.
no. When I show up and someone's like spreading all that fear porn, I'm going to say something about it. I'm not going to be like, oh yeah, we're all fucked.
Oh, we
Let's
are
just
all
give up.
fucked, dude. I don't know if you maybe noticed it or not.
Always
We
been
are
fucked.
all fucked, dude. This economy
always
is
been
not
fucked.
coming
That's
back,
what I'm
dude. Whatever economy was before is not coming back, man.
It always gets worse and worse. So you just keep going. Like, what it
Let's
fuck?
just keep going. Exactly. That's my attitude. Of course it's going to get worse. We just keep going, dude.
I don't know. It just seems like the solutions are like, yeah, you should stock up on shit, whatever, be prepared. But at the same time, I don't know, man. Like, maybe when this is, I don't know, just do something to stop this. Like, I don't know. Like, me personally, what I'm going to do is learn as much, because I don't really know that much about vaccines. I just know that they're bullshit. It's been
Right.
explained to me. But I'm going to learn all about them and spread that info. Because I think it's more important right now than
Right.
fucking flat Earth.
Dude,
Like, just spread the info that vaccines are bullshit. And I mean, that's all you can do, really. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what else you can do because, like, if we don't spread this info, they're just going to do this again and again. You know,
yeah.
that's what I'm talking about. Like, solutions, man, not fucking just worried this might happen, this might happen. Fuck, a lot of things might happen. Yeah. But it's just all speculation and fucking. Anyway, man.
Well, I know one thing that's happening is this whole place has been fucking shook and fucking rattled. And whether, fucking Kathy at the post office is going to fucking snap on my ass because I don't have a mask on. I had somebody tell me I couldn't shop at their store because I didn't have a mask. And I'm like, well, that's a real thing. That's a real fucking thing,
Yeah, it started Friday.
So, am I going to wear a mask?
It's a $1,000 fine if you don't.
That's in Orange County?
I don't know about Orange County, but
Yeah, I think it's LA and Riverside, but Orange County. I haven't heard anything about Orange County yet.
I have a mask with me, and if motherfucker tells me to put it on, it's just a bandana. I'll put it on. Otherwise, I'm not wearing that shit.
Right. I got a bandana too, man. But that's,
Eventually, they gotta like open this up, or else it's just.
Well, I don't think they're going to open it up, man.
Collapse,
I mean,
you know what I mean?
They're going to open it up maybe July or something, and then by then, man, it's too late, man.
That would. Where do you get the July number?
I don't know. Because it's summer, and they'll be like, oh, okay, it's cool. We're going to try to put this back together, and they'll fuck around, and then phase 2 will come, and then, oh, nope, it's back. It's worse. It's COVID-20.
Yeah, we know that's going to happen. So what are we going to do about it? We got to fucking just tell everyone that we can, and I don't know if they're,
It's like telling people the fucking Earth's flat, It's fucking difficult, man. I mean,
telling people the Earth is flat is like for a regular person like completely insane. But saying that vaccines are bullshit is not the level of saying the Earth is flat. I don't think.
Well, they're both really hard to prove and disprove. But
not really when you look into it.
All right, well, put together a nice presentation, man. Help us out.
I'm just gonna look into it for myself and try to spread it.
All right, well, start with us, man. Tell us what's up.
Like, it's been explained to me before because my cousin's really into it. Him and his wife, they don't vaccinate none of their kids, and they're just way into it. And it's all bullshit.
Right. It's horrible, man. I would not vaccinate my fucking anything, man. That stuff's poison, bro. Pure straight up fucking poison. Cool, man. Well, I woke up, I looked at my phone and saw the stream was down, so I had to get up.
Dude, 3 weeks ago, dude was talking about there's gonna be bodies everywhere. It's gonna be fucking everyone's dead. 3 weeks ago, over 3 weeks ago, and the videos. There's no one in those tents. There's no one in emergency rooms.
I get it,
just
man.
Gets old. The continuous fear porn gets old.
According to the news, they're still waiting for the flood. They're coming. I have a really good friend in a ICU in Fresno.
Yeah.
And her brothers, I've been talking to him last night. He's like, they're really pushing to fucking pull the fucking plug on her ass.
What do you mean?
They want to take her off the fucking respirator because they're going to need it for the flood of people coming. They're all worried. Although there's like 26 beds in the ICU and only 6 of them have people in them. And I got 26 respirators in there. But they might need it. But anyway, yeah, they're kind of been pushing. He was telling me, man, well, I don't know, you guys could, it's up to you, but, I don't think she's going to recover or whatever,
Who's this?
Brad's sister. Her name's Stacy. And
how old is she?
She's 50, like 54 or something.
So what, did she have, pneumonia or something?
Liver failure. And She's in a coma.
Damn.
So I've heard of people pulling out of it, so we'll see. But you know, it has been done. But we'll.
This dude I knew, he got hit by a car. He's in a coma for a long ass time, and like everyone thought he was dead, you know, and he pulled out of it. But I don't know his state. I haven't even talked to anyone since then. I don't know if he's like fully functional, you know.
Right.
Got hit by a car on Beach Boulevard.
Damn. Yeah, cars are fucking dangerous. I never walk in front of cars, man. I always let them go. I'm like, yeah, go ahead, man.
He was just at the crosswalk.
Yeah. Bam.
Just fucking-
Yeah, be careful out there, man.
I never trust cars, man. I don't take my eye off of them. You know what I mean? Even when you cross the crosswalk.
Yeah. Hey, I'm gonna go lay back down for a couple hours.
Yeah, I'm gonna take off.
Yeah, and panel's open, man. Anybody wants to jump on? Otherwise, it's fucking dead ass air. All right, GM, hang in there, man. All right.
lockdown protests.
What's that? Say it again.
Nation. And
Over.
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Attempts to show what we know about life, to set the bounds of real truth as distinguished from phrases and self-deception. If I could, I would begin this by telling you what life is. But unfortunately, I do not know what life is. The only consolation I can find is in the fact that nobody else knows either. We ask the churches, and they tell us that male and female created he them, and put them in the Garden of Eden, and they would have been happy had not Satan tempted them. But then you ask, who made Satan? And the explanation grows vague. You ask, if God made Satan and knew what Satan was going to do, is it not the same as if God did it himself? So this explanation of the origin of evil gets you no further than the Hindu picture of the world resting on the back of a tortoise, and the tortoise on the head of a snake, and nothing said as to what the snake rests on. Let us go to the scientist. I know a certain physiologist, perhaps the greatest in the world, and his eager face rises before me, and I hear his quick, impetuous voice declaring that he knows what life is. He has told it in several big volumes, and all I have to do is to read them. Life is a tropism, caused by the presence of certain combinations of chemicals. My friend knows this because he has produced the thing in his test tubes. He is an exponent of a way of thought called monism, which finds the ultimate source of being in forms of energy manifesting themselves as matter. He shows how all living things arise from that and sink back into it. But question this scientist more closely. What is this matter that you are so sure of? How do you know it? Obviously through sensations. You never know matter itself. You only know its effects upon you, and you assume that the matter must be there to cause the sensation. In other words, matter, which seems so real, turns out to be merely a permanent possibility of sensation. And suppose there were to be sensations caused, for example, by a sportive demon who liked to make fun of eminent physiologists. Then there might be the appearance of matter and nothing else. In other words, there might be mind and various states of mind. So we discover that the materialist, in the philosophic sense, is making just as large an act of faith, is pronouncing just as bold a dogma as any priest of any religion. This is an old-time topic of disputation. Before Mother Eddy, there was Bishop Berkeley, and before Berkeley, there was Plato. And they and the materialists disputed until their hearers cried in despair, "What is mind? No matter. What is matter? Never mind." But a century or two ago, in a town of Prussia, there lived a little dried-up professor of philosophy, who sat himself down in his room and fixed his eyes on a church steeple outside the window, and for years on end devoted himself to examining the tools of thought with which the human mind is provided, and deciding just what work and how much of it they are fitted to do. So came the proof that our minds are incapable of reaching to or dealing with any ultimate reality whatever, but can comprehend only phenomena, that is to say, appearances, and their relations one to another. The Königsberg professor proved this once for all time, setting forth 4 propositions about ultimate reality, and proving them by exact and irrefutable logic, and then proving by equally exact and irrefutable logic their precise opposites and contraries. Anybody who has read and comprehended the 4 antinomies of Immanuel Kant knows that metaphysics is as dead a subject as astrology, and that all the complicated theories which the philosophers from Heraclitus to Arthur Balfour have spun like spiders out of their inner consciousness have no more relation to reality than the intricacies of the game of chess. The writer is sorry to make this statement because he spent a lot of time reading these philosophers and acquainting himself with their subtle theories. He learned a whole language of long words and even the special meanings which each philosopher or school of philosophers give to them. When he had got through, he had learned, so far as metaphysics is concerned, absolutely nothing, and had merely the job of clearing out of his mind great masses of verbal cobwebs. It was not even good intellectual training. The metaphysical method of thought is a trap. The person who thinks in absolutes and ultimates is led to believe that he has come to conclusions about reality, when, as a matter of fact, he has merely proved what he already wants to believe. If he had wanted to believe the opposite, he could have proven that exactly as well. as his opponents will at once demonstrate. If you multiply 2 feet by 2 feet, the result represents a plane surface, or a figure of 2 dimensions. If you multiply 2 feet by 2 feet by 2 feet, you have a solid, or a figure of 3 dimensions, such as the world in which we live and move. But now, suppose you multiply 2 feet by 2 feet by 2 feet by 2 feet. What does that represent? For ages, the minds of mathematicians and philosophers have been tempted by this fascinating problem of the 4th dimension. They have worked out by analogy what such a world would be like. If you went into this 4th dimension, you could turn yourself inside out and come back to our present world in that condition. And no one of your 3-dimension friends would be able to imagine how you had managed it, or to put you back again the way you belonged. And in this, it seems to me, we have the perfect analogy of metaphysical thinking. It is the 4th dimension of the mind, and plays as much havoc with sound thinking as a physical 4th dimension would play with, say, the prison system. A man who takes up an absolute, God, immortality, the origin of being, a first cause, free will, absolute right or wrong, infinite time or space, final truth, original substance, the thing in itself. That man disappears into a 4th dimension and turns himself inside out or upside down or hindsight foremost, and comes back and exhibits himself in triumph. Then, when he is ready, he effects another disappearance and another change, and is back on earth, an ordinary human being. The world is full of schools of thought, theologians and metaphysicians and professors of academic philosophy, transcendentalists and theosophists and Christian scientists, who perform such mental monkey shines continuously before our eyes. They prove what they please, and the fact that no 2 of them prove the same thing makes clear to us, in the end, that none of them has proved anything. The Christian scientist asserts that there is no such thing as matter, but that pain is merely a delusion of mortal mind. He continues serene in this faith until he runs into an automobile and sustains a compound fracture of the femur, whereupon he does exactly what any of the rest of us do, goes to a competent surgeon and has the bone set. On the other hand, some devoted young socialists of my acquaintance have read Hegel and Deetzkin and have adopted the dogma that matter is the first cause and that all things have grown out of it and return to it. They have seen that the brain decays after death. They declare that the soul is a function of the brain, and because of such theories, they deliberately reject the most powerful modes of appeal whereby man can be swayed to faith in human solidarity. The best books I know for the sweeping out of metaphysical cobwebs are The Philosophy of Common Sense and The Creed of a Layman by Frederick Harrison, leader of the English Positivists, a school of thought established by Auguste Comte. But even as I recommend these books, I recall with the dissatisfaction with which I left them, for it appears that the positivists have their dogmas like all the rest. Mr. Harrison is not content to say that mankind has not the mental tools for dealing with ultimate realities. He must needs prove that mankind never will and never can have these tools. I look back upon the long process of evolution and ask myself, what would an oyster think about positivism? What would be the opinion, let us say, of a young turnip on the subject of Mr. Frederick Harrison's thesis? It may well be that the difference between a turnip and Mr. Harrison is not so great as will be the difference between Mr. Harrison and that super race which someday takes possession of the earth and of all the universe. It does not seem to me good science or good sense to dogmatize about what this race will know or what will be its tools of thought. What does seem to me good science and good sense is to take the tools which we now possess and use them to our utmost capacity. What is it that we know about life? We know a seemingly endless stream of sensations which manifest themselves in certain ways and seem to inhere in what we call things and beings. We observe incessant change in all these phenomena, and we examine these changes and discover their ways. The ways seem to be invariable, so completely so that for practical purposes we assume them to be invariable, and base all our calculations and actions upon this assumption. Manifestly, we could not live otherwise, and the spread of scientific knowledge is the further tracing out of such laws, that is to say, the ways of behaving of existence, and the extending of our belief in their invariability to wider and wider fields. Once upon a time, we were told that the wind bloweth where it listeth. But now we are quite certain that there are causes for the blowing of the wind, and when our researches have been carried far enough, we shall be able to account for and to predict every smallest breath of air. Once we were told that dreams came from a supernatural world, but now we are beginning to analyze the dreams and to explain what they come from and what they mean. Perhaps we still find human nature a bewildering and unaccountable thing, but someday we shall know enough of man's body and his mind, his past and his present, to be able to explain human nature and to produce it at will, precisely as today we produce certain reactions in our test tubes, and do it so invariably that the most cautious financier will invest tens of millions of dollars in a process and never once reflect that he is putting too much trust in the permanence of nature. In many departments of thought, great specialists are now working, experimenting, and observing by the methods of science. If we speak of certainty, we mean, of course, not the absolute certainty of any metaphysical dogma, but the practical certainty of everyday common sense. The certainty we feel that eating food will satisfy our hunger, and that tomorrow, as today, 2 and 2 will continue to make 4.
Okay, so we'll go over to I don't know if it's a Mr. I don't have a Christian name or a first name for Singh from Extreme News. Singh, can you introduce yourself, please?
Karma Singh from Extreme News in Germany. I'm not the editor-in-chief, but he doesn't speak good English, so he asked me to do this for him. Anyway, the question is in 3 parts, actually. Part 1 is, in view of the fact that you have many times called a pandemic when none existed, and you have never shown a causational connection between a putative flu virus, which you have now twice renamed and now called SARS-CoV-2, but only a circumstantial connection combined with the fact that the death figures in total are well within the normal range for flu, when are you going to abandon this farce and call off the fraudulent pandemic? Part 2, who has given orders to health authorities in Italy and New York especially to artificially inflate death numbers, and why? Part 3, who has given orders to claim that empty hospitals around the world are filled to overflowing and why? In points 2 and 3, I'm asking for the names in order to facilitate criminal prosecutions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Rama, and thanks very much for standing in for the chief editor in this case. I'm going to pass that over to Katie Smallwood to answer that as best as possible. It was fairly, there are 3 different and rather convoluted questions there, Katie, but I'm going to hand the floor over to you to do your best in responding to them, if I may. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, of course, we declared this the first ever coronavirus pandemic. It's not an influenza virus, so it's certainly a coronavirus, and it's shown that as compared to seasonal influenza, it has a much more significant case fatality rate, which seems to show, and this is data that we have from multiple countries, multiple contexts, and multiple regions, that it has the possibility to cause severe disease. We've seen in the European region in particular over the past several weeks significant increases in all-cause mortality. All-cause mortality in several countries in the European region, and this is based on standard, routine, weekly collection of mortality data across European countries. And we've seen significant differences in the rates over the past couple of weeks. And we continue to monitor those reliable and authoritative databases for morbidity and mortality. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Rama. I really welcome you to send us your questions in writing to the European Regional Office. We'll do our best to respond to you in detail to those questions. So I'm going to move on.
In most parts of the world, due to lockdown, most of the transmission that's actually happening in many countries now is happening in the household, at family level. In some senses, transmission has been taken off the streets and pushed back into family units. Now we need to go and look in families to find those people who may be sick and remove them and isolate them in a safe and dignified manner.
Just so you know, we're coming to your house, seizing your children, and, quote, isolating them in a safe and dignified manner.
Lockdown protests are now starting in North Carolina.
Okay. All right. Hey, listen. All right. I'm not answering questions. I'm here to tell you that you cannot gather here. Okay. At minimum, if you stay 6 feet apart, at least help us out with that. Okay. But as of right now, you're putting me in a situation where I got to make a move one way or the other. Okay. All right. So at minimum.
Somebody was actually arrested at this. There is video of that, and this is the video of a woman being arrested for peacefully protesting for her constitutional rights. So they're just pulling her away. This is what's happening. Now, the police department that did all this, they went on a tweeting spree. We're aware of the Reopen NC protest that is occurring in downtown, I can't pronounce names. Raleigh, R-A-L-E-I-G-H. Okay, on Wilmington and Jones Street, and are monitoring the situation. The protesters are in violation of the governor's executive order and have been asked to leave. There's a photo of the protesters. They have signs, freedom is essential, reopen, it's hard to read it, hashtag free the people. We are opening William Street and Jones Street. The protest has been cleared, and there was one arrest made. The arrest was made by the state Capitol Police. Then they also said, somebody said, what part of the governor's order was violated here? They replied back, protesting is a non-essential activity. I go, is this a parody police account? Because if this was real, they are now relieved from duty. So yes, this police department seems to be towing the line between becoming tyrannical. And this is the situation that we're at right now, where police departments are not allowing people to peacefully protest for their rights. Now, this is how a revolution starts. This is the beginning. This is the parts when we read in the history textbooks. We're not even at the point with the Boston Tea Party, but we're getting close to those starting points in our history where the revolution starts to begin. And it's going to start with these peaceful protests. Then an event is going to take place. Then the revolution is going to begin. So when the peaceful protests start to get shut down, there's going to be... I don't think we're going to get to the point of a revolution, in my opinion, because we're going to open up before that's going to happen. But right now we're seeing a lot of these local officials take advantage of this newfound power, and they're still acting as if this is doomsday. Sorry, I always burp. I drink Red Bulls. I burp a lot. So excuse my burps. It's going to be my trademark, burping all the time. So we're seeing all these local officials take advantage of their power. And us Americans need to take note who those officials are, who those politicians are. Are they up for re-election? Because we need to make sure we don't vote for them. And the frustrating part is we have so many Democrats that are going to be voting Democrat no matter what. The problem is we have 50% of America that just wants their rights taken away. Just take my rights away. I don't need my rights. So the other 50% of America is like, no, we want our rights. These are our rights. And that's the problem, is we're fighting against these Democrats who want our rights taken away while we want our rights to be preserved. And that's the fight that we're fighting. So they're electing these officials who don't believe in freedom because they represent the other 50% of America who doesn't really quite believe in freedom. I mean, it's not 50%, it's a little bit less, but you know what I mean for the purpose of this argument. I don't think we're going to get to the point of a revolution, but we're getting pretty damn close. Thank you guys for watching. Like, subscribe, notification on. New video every single day. Text me. My number's up on screen. Also, go subscribe to America, the podcast, on all the podcast apps. New podcast every single day. No days off. Peace out.
What's that? Say it again. This fuckwit said, hope I get the virus and die. You're a fuckhead. You fucking cunt. You thick in the brain, are ya? You believe the news? You believe mainstream media, do ya? You're a fucking joke. Fuck you. You're a fucking dickhead. Alright, come give me a hug. Come give me a hug. Come give me a hug then. Fuckhead. You fucking evil cunt. You deserve to fucking die. Broken? I tell her how it is, motherfucker. Piece of shit. You fucking try and make me get off it, stupid cunt.
I have a cold the size of Merv Griffin's Jeopardy royalties. So, but it's those moments as an actor where everybody I have ever worked with has helped me get to that place. Sometimes it's 3 o'clock in the morning, and sometimes it's 11 at night. Sometimes it's 3 o'clock in the morning, and sometimes it's 11 at night. I have been the celebrity canary in the coal mine for the coronavirus, and ever since being diagnosed, I have been more like America's dad than ever before. Now, I was diagnosed back in March with the coronavirus. This is the first time I've worn anything other than sweatpants since March 11th. 3 o'clock in the morning, and sometimes it's 11 on March 11th.
over?
Yes, ma'am. Per the mayor's order, you can't be in the park just lounging. You have to be out for essential purposes, exercise, or something like that. Other than that, you have to stay in.
Okay, so officer, is it Bath? Bath?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sir, this is essential. I'm eating.
Well, you can't eat in the park.
How can I not eat it? This is a public space, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So,
But that's what the order. That's what the mayor's order requires. Because
well, it's essential to get vitamin D during this time and to be outside with fresh air, to get exercise walking here. We live in a studio apartment with one window.
Yes, ma'am.
One window.
Yes, ma'am.
Why are you not allowing me here? Why are you trying to intimidate me? Excuse me, ma'am, do you see this?
It's the mayor's request.
This is bullshit. I have the right to be here. I have a right to be here.
Yes, ma'am.
This is bullshit. Leave us alone. We're eating. We are eating. Leave us alone. I am filming you. I am going to report you for harassing us. We are eating. Do you see this, people? We are eating lunch and this officer is harassing us. Leave me alone. Leave us alone. We're eating. We are eating. Leave us alone. I am filming this and sharing this with people. We are eating. We are eating. They are exercising. We are getting vitamin D. We are building our immunity systems. Leave us alone. Walk away. You walk away right now. You walk away. Walk away. We have the right to be here, to be outside like everyone else. Leave us alone. Leave us. Walk away. Just walk away from us. Walk away from us. I don't care what you're saying to me. You're harassing us. I do not want you near us. I have a right to tell you to go away and leave us alone. We are eating. We are eating. We are eating. It is an advisory. Great. Goodbye then. You told me your advisory. Leave us alone. You want to arrest me for eating? For eating? You want to arrest me? Arrest me. I don't care. Leave us. I don't care. Leave us alone. Walk away. Quit. Do I need to forcibly remove you? Leave us alone. I'm defending my child here. Sir, leave us alone. Leave us alone. Do you see him filming us? This is a police state. Oh, you're sending more police after me? You're sending more police? Are you fucking kidding me? I have a child here. My child. Why? Hello, people. Do you see this? Is anyone here? Do you see this? 3 police officers are harassing us. Me and a child for eating in public. Leave us alone. I understand the mayor's orders. I don't care. I have a right to be here. Leave us alone. Are you guys going to arrest me? Are you kidding me? Do you see this guy filming me? Are you, excuse me, a disturbance? Yes, this guy is disturbing me. Can you please arrest your fellow officer for disturbing the peace? I'm sitting here alone. You guys come up and harass me? And now it's my fault? Are you kidding me? Why are you guys, leave us alone. I'm not talking to you anymore. We're eating. We are eating. Yes, it's a woman and her baby. It's a woman and her baby eating lunch. Eating lunch. Look, there's a guy walking his dog. Are you going to arrest them or are you going to throw the dog in jail too? We need fresh air. Look, they are harassing us for eating lunch, ma'am. Are you all witnessing this? 3 police officers, a woman and a 19-month-old child for eating lunch. Is this right? Is this right? You're going to take care of this. What's there to take care of? Just walk away from me. I'll stop yelling. If you leave us alone, I will stop yelling. Leave us alone. Man, we're eating lunch. Me and a 19-month-old baby. And they are harassing us. Do you want them to harass? Why aren't you harassing that woman with her baby?
I'm not yelling. You're
okay, I'm not yelling. Okay, fine. Sir, I'm leaving. I will not stop yelling if you leave us alone.
No.
I will stop. I'm ignoring you. I'm going to continue eating. I'm going to continue with my fresh air and my vitamin D
There was a jump
to fight a virus. There's what?
Yesterday to date, it was like 17, 18 people jumping deaths.
There's 17 people what?
The jumping deaths in the city alone was almost 20 people.
I'm sorry, that's a horrible fact.
Is it the mayor wants people to stay separated? Is it
A 17% jump? What do you mean by jump? Do you mean jumping over a bridge? I'm sorry, I don't understand that term. Do you mean to jump and
deaths from the coronavirus?
Did they have any other causes of death? Like, did they have a heart attack at the same time? Like, I mean, you do know that CDC is telling people, coroners, to fudge the deaths. Anyone that goes into the hospital, even if you're dying of a heart attack, you're labeled as coronavirus.
I'm not going to get into conspiracy.
So yeah, I don't care. If you don't believe the CDC, then whatever.
Look,
yeah, I don't know what facts you're trying to tell me.
Look,
what?
The simple fact is that the mayor is giving an order.
Okay, the order. Why aren't you arresting everyone else then? Why are you just singling me out?
You're not letting me finish. You want to keep talking over me, or you want me to let me finish?
What are you trying to tell me? You're telling me bullshit. You're telling me bullshit. If you told me something that fucking made sense, then yes, I would listen and give you respect. But you're just fucking police bullshit. Get out of here. Get the fuck out of my face. I am defending my freedom. Fucking arrest me. If I'm such a danger to society, if having a picnic in the public is so dangerous to society, then lock me up. I'm having a picnic. I'm having a picnic with my child. I had three police officers, 3 officers around me.
There's 2 parts to the order.
If he left, I would stop yelling. If he just walked away, I would continue eating. I'm eating with my child. I'm feeding my child lunch. Just walk away and I'll leave him alone. I will quit yelling if you walk away. Leave me alone. Leave us alone. We are having a picnic. We are eating lunch. Do you see this? A child. He's harassing a child for eating in public. Guys, if you walk away, I will stop yelling. If you walk away, I will stop yelling. Just leave me alone. Leave us alone. We're eating. We're eating. We're eating. Just leave us alone. Just leave us alone. Just leave us alone. I mean, just whatever. I don't care. I'm trying to eat here. My child. She's just trying to eat.
Exposing her to all of this.
To all of what? To your bullshit? I know, this fucking police state. Tell me about it. I hate it that I'm raising my child in this. I hate it. Do you have children?
In the police state.
In the police state. The guy who comes up to a 19-month-old baby and the mother telling me to get the fuck out of here. That's not a police state?
I have had to talk to a multitude of people today. You're the only person who is...
Great, then they're all sheep. They're all sheep. Bah! Bah! This police officer told me to leave. Oh my God, I've got to scurry back home. Oh my God! The police! You know what? I'm not putting up with this bullshit. Neither are other people. Other people are standing up. I'm not going to be the first. People everywhere, they see through this bullshit. They see through this bullshit. Yeah, let Stockholm Syndrome go to your head. I get it. The top down is telling you, arrest people, the mayor, giving you freedom to harass people like us. Yeah, it's gone to your head. I mean, I know you're human like me.
I'll come back.
So you know what? I'm just as fallible as you. So I'm not blaming you. I'm not blaming you. You're just human. We're all human. So please, just have some sympathy. Officer, just let us eat.
I would ask you to have the same.
Okay, I do. Then leave. Why? Just leave us alone. Just leave. Why?
That have to come out here and enforce what the mayor has told us to do.
To enforce her bullshit, her arbitrary bullshit. I do not have sympathy for someone who is harassing a woman and her child for having a picnic in the public. Do you guys see this? Does anyone see police officers harassing a baby and a woman for eating lunch in a park? For eating lunch. We are all outside. I have no sympathy for you because you're being a fucking pig. Leave us alone. Leave us alone. Get the fuck out of my face. You get the fuck out of my face. You are big. And then you're trying to threaten me. You're trying to threaten a 20-pound child because you're big. You're big. Just leave me alone. Just leave me alone. We're having a picnic. Guys, lock me up. We're having a picnic. Lock me up. Lock me up. I'm a danger to society. People, lock me up. Lock up my child, please. I'm not being derogatory. I just want you to leave me alone. We're just trying to eat lunch. We're just trying to eat lunch here. Just leave me alone. Jesus Christ. Oh my God, my voice is getting sore. Just leave us alone. Just leave. I don't give a shit what the fuck you're saying to me. Just leave us alone. Do you see me?
I really don't have that option.
Just walk away. Just walk away and I'll quit yelling.
Just walk away.
All this, look at this spectacle you're making. You guys, I hope you see all this bullshit, this fucking coronavirus bullshit. You see the police state that's come in? Guys, do you see this? Do you see this police state that we're in? A woman and her child could not have lunch in the public park. This is bullshit. Stand up for this. Stand up for bullshit. Like this guy right here who's telling me I'm bigger than you. I'm following the mayor's orders. You know what? I may be crazy, but you're fucking sheep. You just keep your eyes closed. Keep putting up with bullshit like this. Yeah. I'm so loud. I've told him I will quit yelling if he walks away from me. I will quit yelling, and he will not walk away from me. Yeah, okay, great. Lock me up. We're having a picnic, guys. Having a picnic. You know, you should lock up this woman. She's also out in public. Why aren't you harassing her?
She was doing exactly what the mayor's asked, to only walk through.
Okay, I don't care. I think it's bullshit. I think I have the right to be here, just like everyone else does. Just leave me alone. Leave us alone. Leave us alone. Leave us alone. Just walk away. I will lower my voice if you walk away. If he can walk away. Can this officer please leave me alone?
I think that'd be a bad example.
Stay asleep, guys. Stay asleep. Keep putting up with bullshit like this guy. All of you. Fuck! I don't have a right to eat here? Are you kidding me?
You don't.
Oh my god. Okay, lock me up. Lock me up. It's so dangerous what we're doing. We're having a picnic, guys. I'm so sorry to endanger your health.
Lock you up.
Lock me up. Lock me up. Lock me up. Lock me up. I'm just eating a picnic with my child. We're just getting some fresh air.
It'd be just easier for you to just move on.
I'm moving on, okay? I'm moving on. I won't talk to you. Owen, put a face mask on, stupid fuck. What, nothing? Nothing? Okay, it's still going.
And I see a whole army of my countrymen here in defiance of tyranny. You've come to fight as free men. And free men you are. What will you do without freedom? Will you fight? Fight against that? No! We will run! And we will live. Aye. Fight and you may die. Run and you'll live. At least a while. And dying in your beds many years from now, would you be willing to trade all the days from this day to that for one chance, just one chance, to come back here and tell our enemies that they may take our lives, but they'll never take our freedom!
challenged as a society, as a civilization now, because we've lost touch with who we are. You know, the fundamental question is know thyself. Well, who are we? You know, you start with the question, who are we? Are we so weak that we need to inject ourselves with foreign RNA and DNA from bacteria, viruses, etc., by these vaccines to stay healthy and well? I mean, that concept alone required a tremendous amount of propaganda and persuasion for people to accept that. We're looking at the world's worst news of genocide, pan-genocide, and omnicide, because you're not just killing human race, in essence, or putting us on the verge of extinction. And that's where we are right now. All the multiple species, you've heard it just recently, even giraffes now are, you know, reported going extinct. And the challenge that we as a human race need to come to terms with is the paradigm of science being divorced as it is, which it shouldn't be, because if we're true scientists, then we're really going to be objective and we're going to be holistic. We're going to integrate the multidisciplinary fields to be able to explain everything. That's a fantastic opportunity. Unfortunately, the multinational corporations have now engaged their biases and their profit motive over the human spirit. And so it is that which is the fundamental cause of the genocide. So I don't have a positive view, but I believe that there will be enough of us that survive. And I know Dr. Wakefield, and I know you, Melissa, and I know myself and Sherry and all the people that we work with, and honor and love and respect. They want to save as many lives as they can. And it is a foolish person who turns a blind eye or a deaf ear to this wisdom, to this fundamental understanding of going back and asking the question, who are you?
Yeah, so what's your intake to what's going on with the virus and everything at the moment?
To be honest, my very honest opinion, this is a fake virus. That's an artificial attack for our community, for our economy, for our life, against everybody. It's between big power people who is controlling money. People, they are trying to control everything, threatening all the society, and that's very bad. God told us not to be afraid of anything, and through this evil, people do what they say. BBC, CNN, rubbish.
When I seen you sitting there, I tried to not judge people, but get a feel to how they're going to respond. So I'm glad I stopped to speak to you. So you're not in fear then?
Absolutely not.
No. I firmly think that the television is the biggest brainwashing machine ever invented. That's a government mouthpiece.
Yeah, I call BBC brainwashing bullshit corporation.
Brilliant, man. Of course it is. Yeah, and they've been caught out so many times lying. Do you remember 9/11?
Of course, that was fake as well.
Yeah, the third building it was supposed to have dropped.
I know everything about that.
Yeah, well, Jane Stanley's standing there telling you the third one's dropped, but it hasn't. Still.
Yeah, 5 camera was online when this happened. How?
Yeah, absolutely.
and it's obvious for me that it was not. Look, that building cannot collapse. That metal building with thousands of tons of very strong metal.
Yeah.
It's like when you take a pencil and you try to stab it, it's not gonna collapse.
Yeah, the metal just turned to dust.
Yeah,
absolutely. So it's really refreshing to meet people like yourself who are aware and don't believe everything they're told.
And, I think 95% of the people thinking exactly the same, but because anywhere can a policeman come here to me asking me what I am
Yeah,
doing,
I know.
why I am not staying home.
Absolutely.
And our children asking me that, Daddy, why I cannot go to the school?
I know. But
my job, I
Yeah.
lost my job.
did you? Oh. Sorry to hear that. I think the first thing to change will be the school going back, because they can't have children not being indoctrinated. They need to come back to get your brainwashing. So I think the schools will open soon, because they can't have people being open to another narrative and being told, listening to people like you and me.
I told to my children.
Oh, yeah,
They
yeah.
are going to the playground and they are asking me why there is no people here. Where are the other children? And I
Yeah.
told them that because something going on, my son. And but of course I don't want to tell him too much.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Because then he gonna be punished by somebody.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's crazy, isn't it? 95% of the population just flick a switch and they respond.
And you know, they are threatening us with this virus, protecting our loved ones.
Yes.
So if you walking on the street, you are guilty.
Yes, yeah.
You are a murderer.
And they just changed the law now that if someone in the household is suspected of having the virus, they can take your children away.
Yeah. Look, very soon, if any governments, they are not stopping this lockdown, people gonna be marching on the streets.
Yeah, especially the nicer weather coming.
Yeah.
So I'm going out in the sunshine. I mean, what harm am I doing going on my bike on my own in the countryside? And people are being arrested for sitting on a park bench. Fuck. People aren't standing up for their rights, you know.
And you know, this is a very well prepared, timely prepared, because I am a driver, and in March the job could have picked up.
Yes.
Just now.
Yeah.
It's a very, very, very timely, organized masterpiece.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a masterpiece.
It's no virus.
Yeah.
It's nothing contagious.
No. You know, just sorry. If you kill a virus with the soap, you know,
Yeah.
washing your hands
Yeah,
with the
yeah.
sanitizer, then they cannot stop by curing people. It's a big threat. Look, in China, 3,000 people died from 1,300,000,000 people.
But how do we know that for sure? How do we know people are dying? Do you know anybody's died from it?
I never seen anybody on the street
I
dead.
know. I've asked over 200 people. Nobody knows anybody.
Yeah.
So in our reality, it's not happening.
No.
But on your box, your
It's a
television,
virtual thing.
it's virtual. It's not true. There's no virus. It's not contagious.
No, this is like a flu.
Yeah, exactly. If it even exists. More people died this time last year from the flu than have from this.
Yeah, 10 times.
But it's refreshing to see so many people like yourself who are using their own critical thinking. Do you know these hospitals? Have you seen online?
Empty.
Yeah, empty. People go around filming them. They're empty. And you see all the people in the hospitals with the masks. They're dancing and singing.
Yeah.
All in line. Like 12 of them. No patients around.
I see.
They're empty. They're mocking us. You know.
They are trying what they can do with the society. What is the reaction?
Yeah, absolutely. But they know what the reaction
And we
is.
are like this.
Yeah. They know what the reaction is because they've had a history to watch us, to learn about the human psyche and how easily we're programmed and how easily we respond. If it's on the television.
I am very, very angry about this situation.
Yes, me too, man.
And nobody stand up. They send Boris to the hospital for 1 week just to threat people.
And people believe he had a virus.
Oh, he's in the hospital. He will
But see, it's getting the rich and famous, so it must be real.
Yeah.
So I told everybody at the time, they're not going to die from it. I'll give you £1,000 now if they die from it. You'll find out it's a mild case or they recover the next day.
And the media never talking about the cured people.
Yeah.
They always talk about who is infected just now, today.
But there's a video of a doctor being interviewed. He's showing you documentation and how he has to classify people who are dying of the coronavirus, but they're not. They're just dying of heart
There
attacks.
are people who are in the bed, in the hospital, in the care homes for years with cancer, with any
Yeah.
other problems.
Yeah.
And if they get something.
Coronavirus. Yeah, absolutely, mate. I'll wait till you take that call. So.
This is, you know, if we stop anybody here, they will tell the same.
Yes, absolutely, yeah. But you're allowed to exercise, you know. So, so we're being lied to on so many different levels. If I can talk about the biggest lie of all, you might think I'm crazy.
No.
But at 5 years old, we're told a lot of lies at school before our critical thinking had developed.
Yeah.
Same time as you're told about Santa Claus and the Tooth Fairy. What shape do you think the Earth is? The Earth, what shape is it?
Look, according to my knowledge, which is coming from the school, I never seen it, but it's a very good presentation that, and because of the airplanes going around on the planet, for me it's round shape.
And why do you believe that?
Because they gave me geometrical information in my brain through mathematics, and this is how they are presenting the world for us.
But does mathematics prove anything in nature?
I don't know, I cannot comment that.
I mean, we can put clever mathematical equation on a piece of paper, but does that ever prove anything in nature? Is the word the actual? Can the written word prove something in nature? No. Now, if you're on an aeroplane,
yeah,
an aeroplane uses a natural horizon and a gyroscope to fly level.
Okay.
Now, you're allowed to take your seatbelt off, and your liquid refreshment shows that you're flying level. Now, if I'm on a ball, how can that passenger airline go down underneath the ball?
Okay. That's beyond me.
Beyond me as well. And it's never been scientifically demonstrated. It's never been proven. Now, satellites supposedly in space should be able to zoom in and show you aeroplanes flying at every conceivable position. But that's never been proven. How can water conform to the exterior of a ball? Would you not agree that water drops to its lowest point and lies flat level?
Okay.
Cannot conform and flow around the ball.
Uh-huh.
Impossible. It's never been demonstrated.
Okay.
We do not see that in nature. So scientifically, it's only a theory. It's never been proven. But we believe it because we believed it at 5 years old before our critical thinking developed. We don't listen to our own senses.
Yeah. Like my son is 5 years old just now. And
he's been brainwashed with this ball.
Yeah. I know what you were saying.
Your BBC has brainwashed you with that ball since we were young in this country. BBC shows you every show of programming, every programming channel shows you that ball. Hollywood, Universal
true story.
Shows you that.
Very true story.
So we're socially constructed to believe that.
It's burnt in your brain.
Absolutely. We're brainwashed. We're brainwashed from 5 to believe we live on a magical spinning ball shooting through space with water flowing around it. Absolutely ridiculous. As an adult with critical thinking, that's preposterous. Water going around a ball is shooting. We're supposed to be moving in four different directions, different speeds.
And there is always an explanation by somebody.
Yes.
Aristoteles.
But not scientifically demonstrative proof. Now, science should be demonstrable. It should be repeatable and measurable. They cannot do that because we live in a flat stationary plane. Your senses are telling you now that you're not moving, but we're supposed to believe we're moving 1,000 miles an hour, 67,000 miles around the sun, 1 million miles an hour through the galaxy. If you look at the water,
I could be very easily dizzy, no?
Absolutely, yeah. I should be. Whoa, the water should be thrown all over the place. The trees should be bending. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Wow.
See, people are living in the Matrix if they think they live in a magical space ball. It's not true. Do you know all those photographs of Earth from space?
Yeah.
They're not photographs. It's CGI.
Yeah. Okay. This I know. You started this explanation that people think this is crazy, but I think we have never been in the moon. But
yes, absolutely.
But what is the moon then? What we can see every day and night?
Well, certainly not solid, is it? And it's a lot closer than we're being told. I've actually, this is quite a powerful camera, and I've actually seen clouds behind the moon. I think the sun is in our own atmosphere.
Okay.
It's not 93 million miles away. It's a lot smaller and a lot closer. And they revolve around us, we don't move.
Maybe the moon is, but I don't know.
Well, it's certainly not as we've been told.
That's for sure.
They certainly didn't land on it, did they?
And the problem
I'm
is,
just going to get a leaflet.
The excellent, I mean, the good thing in this virus, the very good thing in this virus, that people maybe can wake up.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Let's hope so. Let's hope so. The
So
common
we can
sense.
turn this weapon against
Yeah,
them.
absolutely. That's the guy who creates those photographs for you. It's Robert Simmons, and he admits they're not photographs. They're CGI, and he explains how he produces them. You see how big America is in one of the photographs, and a lot smaller than the other one? Showing you they can't be real.
Okay, I know.
And he admits they're not real. He creates them. He tells you how he creates them. He takes a photograph of the Earth from high altitude, then he cuts.
And the measurements are not always the same.
Yeah, exactly. And he cuts the photograph like a cake, and he pastes it round a ball. That's what he does with it. If you listen to him on YouTube, he'll tell you how he does it.
Yeah, but you know,
now people have a cognitive dissonance where they can't believe something different to what they've been told otherwise.
Yeah. It's very hard to believe.
Yes, yeah. Because we've been brainwashed.
But the doubt is in everybody.
Yeah, but it's been crushed out of them from an early age to believe in authority. If authority speaks, don't doubt it. Believe it.
Look, for example, if somebody coming now here asking me why I am talking about this,
I hope they do.
Then I will say that okay, I'm sorry, and I go home and crying.
Or you can stand up for your human rights and politely ask.
Yeah, but you are then against the system.
Yes, absolutely. But they don't have laws to stop you going out and exercising and breathing fresh air. Okay, I've stopped for 5 minutes. Jail me.
Yeah.
You know, breathing fresh air. Oh, what a crime.
And you know,
we're keeping distance. We're not. Breaking.
No, but you know, they make these things make them ridiculous.
Yeah, absolutely ridiculous. I used to observe people meeting in the street and doing chicken wings, you know, touching each other's elbows. You know, people acting like crazy. They must be laughing at this. Or queuing at a shopping centre 2 meters apart with an empty trolley and a face mask on, and people are so easily manipulated to believe anything.
Yeah.
Through
and
fear.
It's 2020. It's not in the Middle Ages.
I know. I can understand when they did it in the Spanish flu, when that was a hoax as well, because people believed everything they were told in those days, and they only had the radio and newspapers. Now we've got a wealth of alternative information, but people don't research. That TV in the room, you look at your neighbours, that TV's on all the time, big screens.
Yeah.
And that's the closest to hypnosis when you're watching television, because your mind is in a state of suggestion.
And repeat.
Yeah, it's not in a critical thinking mode, it's in a state of suggestion with your jaws open. You see that photograph at the top? You've never seen that. That's never been demonstrated where passenger airplanes can do that. Jet planes, yes, you can understand they could go upside down. But passenger airlines with your seatbelt off? Unbelievable. And just...
Yeah, and when we are children, we are thinking about, the other side of the planet, they fall down. But there is a gravitation from somewhere in the middle.
A theory. It's never been proven or demonstrated. There's no gravity. It's bollocks.
The gravity from where is coming?
Exactly. They don't understand. But yet we're supposed to believe that gravity can hold water underneath a ball.
What? You know, the big problem with this theory, let's say it's a theory, that the people who are watching the galaxy. They are not telling this, or how? What is the explanation? The big Google. They are watching the planet. Yeah.
Yeah, they're saying satellites, but there's no satellites in space. No one has been to space. That's Matrix. You know, there was a Challenger disaster where a rocket blew up with 7 astronauts. Google them; they're still alive. You can see what they look like now and what they used to look before, their names and where they work. Nobody is on these rockets. Rockets go up, but watch the trajectory, they go back down again into the ocean. Nobody has ever been to space. If people believe they have, that's the matrix they're living in.
Yeah, I don't believe that somebody was in the moon.
No, bollocks. There's enough evidence there to show you that was an impossibility in the 1960s. You know, as you know, politicians lie to us. History is lies. It's written by the winners.
Yeah.
You know, and people think they live in a magical space ball. It's madness, really, isn't it? How easily people believe things. Things they can't verify for themselves, you know. Second-hand information. So what do you think? Do you think there's any possibility that the masses will wake up to this, or?
No.
Well, there's no coming back, is there?
Unfortunately, no.
It'll be a police state forever if people don't wake up soon.
Yeah, but I don't think it's gonna change. It's a very, 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 very well built movie.
Yeah, absolutely.
This
yeah.
Hollywood. Yeah.
And you know what? That eugenicist Bill Gates is going to come along with his vaccines and poison everybody.
Yeah.
And make it mandatory. And
with the chip inside you.
Well, yeah, that as well. But the only way you can get a virus is if it's injected into you. And they're going to inject that into everybody. So everybody will get a virus.
Yeah. It's a very good time for that.
Yeah, absolutely. You get people queuing up for it. It's especially when they say, "Oh, there's not much of it." Oh, let me get in there first and get my vaccine. You know, there's factual documentation correlation between autism and vaccines now. There's enough studies and evidence to show you that vaccines and other toxins cause autism. Vaccines are dangerous.
Yeah, I know. I read about this thing a lot.
Well, they're a poison. Good girl. And that Bill Gates, he's evil, totally evil. And his plan is to put that into everybody in the world. So, I know it's depressing stuff, but for me it's uplifting when I meet somebody like yourself who's awake to it all and
yeah.
But I don't think you should get down for whatever's coming. I mean, people need to stand up, and there are millions awake to it. It's just that they're all pretty isolated, you know.
And now, after this virus, everybody going back to their job, trampling. Oh, give me job.
Yeah.
So, and I want to be part of the
reduce money, no contracts. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, 0 hour agencies.
Absolutely.
No rights.
Yeah.
No rights.
No rights. No. No freedoms.
No rights.
No freedoms. You still can't go to the countryside without your papers, without your documentation of your vaccine.
Yeah.
You probably won't be able to travel on planes unless you have your vaccine.
Yeah. That's a new, and you know, this virus can come back anytime.
Yeah. There's masks everywhere. People wear masks. Yeah, it'll never go away. They'll still say, you've got to be careful, it's still there.
And my opinion, I have my own opinion, but I liked, and maybe somebody don't like my opinion, but Trump said, I am not gonna wear a mask. Okay, he's part of the.
Well, it's part of the problem.
Part of the problem, but ridiculous.
It is. And I've heard him say some good things, but he can't take on the whole world. He can't take them all on. So he's part of the system, and he's going to do what he's told at the end of the day. And plus, I don't trust any politicians, especially when they're that high up in government. You have to be pretty ruthless to get there.
Of course.
Pretty yes man.
You need to step over lots of dead bodies.
And you have to say yes to a lot of people as well. Yeah. Do you know that there was 3 presidents who stood up and said...
Kennedy.
Well, yeah, he's one. 3 of them stood up against the private bankers printing the money and lending it to the government at huge interest rates.
Federal.
Yeah, the Federal Reserve.
Yeah.
So Kennedy, President Lincoln, and one other all said, no, we're going to stop that. Oh, are you? All dead. Take it out.
Gaddafi wanted
yes.
another money.
Yeah, his own money. His own money.
Yeah, dead.
So does Saddam Hussein.
Yeah. And nobody want just a small thing. What make me crazy? The very, very direct thing that you cannot find a job nowadays only through somebody, and even this very direct attack to your rights. If we are not standing up, that hey, come on.
Yeah.
People are not standing up for their rights.
No.
Even.
But people want their rights taken away so they'll be looked after by the government. That's how you control people. Put them in fear, and they will give up their freedoms and have higher taxes in order to be looked after, to be protected. And they think they're being protected by the government.
And the education, you need to keep them low.
Yes.
For the minimum wage.
Dumbed down, yeah.
And this big global companies taking over.
Yeah.
No mechanic, no self-employment.
And it's all reduced to service jobs. Yeah. Service jobs is to be admired these days, to have a service job in McDonald's or somewhere.
Yeah. Franchise. The whole world is a franchise.
Yeah. Oh man, it's I'll just stop now. It's been an absolute pleasure speaking to you. Thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, you made my day.
You made mine too. Thank you very much.
Test 2. Test.
Jack.
Hey, Snack, I see one of the back chats there. Richie from Boston is saying he's in the back chat. Well, 15 ago.
What back chat?
It says, just give me, comma, Dave Hinkle. It's a real old one. It has 80 people in it.
I believe I probably left that one.
It says 15 minutes ago. Oh, you left it. Oh, okay. What should I type in? Should I throw the link in there or something?
Yeah,
I mean,
sure.
I don't know why he would be typing in some old back chat from a year ago. Has he ever been on the panel or anything? Richie from Boston. We were listening to his show the other day. I don't even know if the joining by link is on or off. That people keep turning it on and off all the time.
I kind of like to open and shut the door, you know. Like if you invite. Not permanently.
I'm scrolling back to see when the last time it was turned on or off. It's been a while.
It is on currently.
I should be able to just. It's on? Oh, okay. Well, I should be able to just get the link by. I always forget. People in the conversation. Oh, that's how you add people. Yeah. Okay. Or X them out. Wow, everybody's unknown for me. DQ, Ed, Upside Down Head, Libra, Hank Hill, Mac, Lev, Constance, they're all unknown. Everybody's unknown. Even Wolfie's unknown to me.
Are you on an iPhone?
No, I'm on my computer right here. Everybody there, Sasha's unknown, Zern's unknown, Artez unknown, E1, Merle, all unknown. But then Zero Infinity is known, has his name. How the fuck does that work?
You're such good friends, Dave.
How did I become friends with Zero Infinity? He's got 2 different accounts. Uber's listed. You're listed. Musicians for Truth is unknown. New Perspectives listed. Agave's called Mike. Kinell is even listed. I've never had any communication with her. Lee is listed. Carl, Jibby, Hitch, Dude, Felix, Dave Hinkle.
Oh, cool.
And a guy.
Nice.
Who's Brad Jones? I don't even know who that is. He's listed.
I don't know. That's a question. Yeah. Yeah.
There's no rhyme or reason to how this shit works.
Oh, really? Interesting. I like the added complications that it throws in there. Really kind of like increases my desire to be like involved. Yeah.
I think dude's shit is all echoey. I can't.
Are you?
Can't
I'm sorry, I can't understand what you're saying, Dave. You're echoing. Oh, it's funny, is it? Okay.
It's funny because dude is laughing about it.
It seems funny. I think somebody's privately having a laugh at it. Yeah, hopefully. Because like no good joke like this should go unpunished or laughed at, right? I mean, yeah.
Oh, I see.
You
His
understand what I'm
icon
saying.
lights up when we talk because it echoes through his system.
Oh, that is so interesting, Dave. So interesting.
Not really, is it? Just sound.
I'm sure it's not a technical issue on anybody's end. It never happens.
I'm sure
usually.
it has nothing to do with the patching all this shit together.
It's not anything to do with that.
When he said he was going to link it up, I was like, how many hours till that shit's going to echo? He said about 12, but I think it's been going more than 12.
But it was almost instant as well. That's another thing. So almost instant
was.
is actually the answer, Dave. It's not anywhere near 12 hours.
It's like with 5 minutes later, it's doing it. Huh?
Yeah, it's just like as
Or
soon
instantly.
as he's joining in, it's like the audio can go fuck itself. You know?
I know.
Basically.
He had Jibby on last night, but I couldn't even understand him.
Really? Well, I'm just here for the videos that we get to watch.
Okay. Well,
So
I
echoing
think
is
you
not
should
an
pick
issue.
a
Dave.
platform and stick with it. Pick a platform, dude. Pick a platform.
Something like yeah.
Oh, so back to Richie from Boston. I guess I'll try to throw
Sure.
a link.
Of course. Let's have a conversation about something.
I'm just waking up and I'm still even having a hard time finding the link.
Okay.
Because I'm not on
I like
in the
talking-
conversation on my computer. Pardon?
I'm a big fan of talking through the echo.
Yeah, if you could get the rhythm of it, you could play some mean sax to the echo, because it'll all come back to you
Oh, I sure can.
after a certain interval.
Right. Right. That's exactly what I'll do now, Dave, I think.
Exactly. I'm still brain dead on the link.
Like fuck the world, you know, I just talking, but if we can't do that, then I guess I'll play the saxophone.
Copy link.
Right.
There it is. I mean, you could. It'll give us double the whatever note you play. We'll hear twice. So it's double the pleasure, right?
Well, only sometimes, Dave. See, now the echoes have subsided a little bit, right?
Actually, you're right. What happened to the echo?
Oh, it's just playing hide and go seek. See, it's gonna come back real soon. Just when you think it's better is when it isn't. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of it's a common thing. It's a fake out. It's an echo go fake out, basically. So it'll come back in about 17 seconds. Mark.
All right, I just sent the link in the Just Give Me 5. But that was 23 minutes ago when he was there, so whatever. That'd be weird if he came into the Hangout and it was all echoey anyway.
What? Who?
He's one of the big channels. He's one of the big channels, according to Jibby. Is he, though? I mean, I wonder how many subscribers he has. Richie from Boston. Doesn't let me, it doesn't let me go to his page. Maybe if I click. There's 80 people in that back chat. Crikey. Wonder how he got the link to it. A back chat. Man, I was reading some mainstream forum, you know, like people talking about the virus, and they just have it so wrong. It's hilarious. Most of them were like, let's you know, take it, fucking punish China, you know, let's sue China for this type of thing. Most of them need China to be the bad guy, even though the virus may have actually started in the United States and then gone to China. That part of the story is secret.
Sounds highly dubious, Dave.
You think the Chinese made that as a bioweapon to fuck with us? I'd say there's not any proof, but I haven't looked
You know what
into
the
it.
ultimate weapon is, Dave? It's not the virus, Dave. The virus is not the ultimate weapon.
It's the mind control surrounding the virus is what the weapon is.
Oh, you were going to interpret what I was going to say? Well, nice
now
try,
you asked
Dave.
me a question, I answered it.
I had an answer all prepared here. That's why I asked the question, just like everybody
Okay, let's
does.
pretend like I don't have anything to say, and you just tell me then.
Okay. Well, the real weapon is not the virus, Dave. No.
It is?
No. The real weapon is the test.
Hey guys.
Oh, right. The test that's when they inject you with the shit when they're testing you.
No, that's when they confirm that you have something that you might not have or that is inconsequential. But that's the litmus test for like, oh, you might die or you cause others to die. That's the real weapon is the test, not the virus. Because
well, they like to blame Trump too. Trump's killing all the old people, they like to say, because he's not doing enough. That one's hilarious.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's disgusting. Hey, I just have a question for Mr. Snack.
Yeah.
So how are we going to handle the solo on that song?
Oh, I don't know. We're gonna do the whole song?
Well, I had assumed we were going to do the whole song.
Someone play the solo. That's the answer.
I don't know if I can even play that solo. I guess trade fours or something. I don't know. Is there any of that you can think that the solo is playable for you, or stuff? I don't know.
I mean, yeah, I think I could do the whole thing, but I didn't want to like just do the whole thing. Like, if you wanted, maybe we could go back and forth on it or something.
How long have you played the saxophone?
I not like it's been years, but I've been messing with it. I think I could do it.
Okay.
I mean, it's not like that. Kind of like riding a bicycle, you know? I played it in middle school and then by myself at home after that. I didn't want to be in the band in high school. I've never played it in an adult.
Oh. Well, it was nice talking to you. I'll see you in about 2 minutes and 17 seconds.
He's talking about the echo.
Oh.
It comes and goes. It's very strange.
Echo, 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 echo. It echoes and echoes, and it stops eventually, right? No, not now. No. Later, maybe.
Does it have anything to do with Kenny not being muted?
That would be crazy.
He's walking around there. I see him in the picture.
Yeah.
Must not be able to hear anything.
Oh,
Maybe.
he just muted himself.
There we go. He's like. Oh, that was
Is that
good.
the size of it?
That's a flip off. We got
Yeah.
flipped off. Hey, I think I have a guitar exactly like that. Is that an Ibanez artist?
He can't tell you now. He's muted.
No, I swear I have a guitar exactly like that.
No,
If
I
it's
need a new mouthpiece, Kenny. You have one you can sell me? An alto?
I don't know. Send him a message or something. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. How's that even go? Was that song good?
Vampire Killer. Who's that?
Ah. I've never tried to play it on C before.
Wow, the weirdest thing happens right now because there's 5 people on the panel, and when the panel moves up, the face of Eyes to See goes right and perfectly over the snack logo, and it looks like somebody made a combination of Eyes to See on top of the snack to the future. It's weird. It's really fucking
somebody new
weird.
joins you.
Yeah,
I'm sure
vampire.
every vampire. Yeah, every vampire turns out pretty good. So I'm sure
Well,
there's
he
no
kills
exception. Hi,
vampires. So it'll be okay. Here comes Jim. He's fully triggered.
What's up, mate? What happened? Did I not get the memo? What is happening?
GM's fully triggered.
What's up?
Is there something
Can you hear me?
special? Who's the vampire?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Terrific, man.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. Who's the vampire guy? Sorry. I'm just so curious.
He's a guy with a cool name. What's up, vampire guy?
Is that zero, like a Zero Infinity account or something? What am I missing?
On there?
Yeah, he's unmuted, but inaudible.
What up, eyes to see? What's your real name?
Danielle.
Okay. Yeah, I never fixed my car, you know. I'm just gonna have my friend do it.
What'd you do to it?
What?
What'd you do to it? What
No,
happened?
we were talking before about my brakes, and you're like, "Why don't you just do that?"
Oh.
It's like, shit, I've done that like 2 times
still
ever. I
have
could
it?
probably, huh?
You still
Nah,
haven't fixed it?
I didn't get paid till right now.
Oh.
Is
So
it brake pads or like brake drums or what is it?
He's
I don't
He's
know.
raging out, so he had to pump his brakes.
Probably just the pads. It's like a half hour.
Whatever
drive.
it is, you know, like if I
Yeah.
were to pay someplace, it'd be expensive, but my friend does it like for like nothing. Like I just give him a little bit of weed.
Well, there you go.
So like I've done it, but dude, I haven't done that in like over 10 years. I would have to watch a video. It's like a lot of work.
Just smoke some more weed and you'll feel fine.
Yeah, I'll just do that and have my friend do it. He was gonna do it anyway, but this COVID panic fucking happened.
Yeah.
But then
Damage.
I'm gonna try to get it done, you know, today or tomorrow, and then I could go to the desert, hang out with desert dude.
Yeah.
I think that you should probably get a horse with no name when you head for the desert.
A whore with no name.
Yo, Jim.
They usually have fake names, I think. What?
Yeah, you wouldn't trust a whore with no name, right? You wouldn't even ride that whore, right?
I would not. Correct you
Yeah.
are.
I don't have
Dave
to.
one.
Oh, I don't know about you. Not even like whatever you want it to be, sweetheart, but like I have no name, right? That would be fucked up. Weird. Entirely. Anyway, have you been out here like in the green, dude? It's so crazy looking.
Out there when? What's crazy?
I don't know, bro. The hills are alive with the sound of music out here.
Oh, it's the seventh trumpet. The seventh
Yeah.
seal.
That's what I meant. Yeah.
Revelations 9:11.
Yeah, Von Trapp has sprung. Yeah, I know.
Jesus is real. It's all coming to pass. No, what were you talking about?
Oh, I don't know. Oh, it's green out here. It hasn't been before. Usually it's brown. Everything.
Yeah.
Now it's mostly not. And it's
Yeah.
weird. Yeah. I'll tell you that much.
If you look at that old Real People video of Charles Johnson, it's pretty green. Check it out.
They were alive way back 100 years ago when the space shuttle was here. Anyway, no, I'm just joking.
That show was from 82, probably 83.
There's apparently like the early or the late 70s here was more rain around this area. So it may be returning to that, possibly. Who knows?
Yeah, like I said, the early 80s, it was rainy, dog. And then by the late 80s, that all ended. And they'd just been talking about droughts ever since. I guess there was like an El Nino thing going on, but I wasn't around for that in the 90s.
Was a Grand Conjunction happen? Grand Conjunction, junction, what's your function? Hooking up astrological signs and transiting etherical vibes. I don't know. It might be just restoring more of this pattern of climate in this area. Or it's just a catchy song. I'm not sure.
Yes.
It's ethereal.
What's up with the vampire? You ain't gonna say shit, man? Come on.
You don't get that from the vampire. He's just here to have fun. Vampire kill.
He got fully triggered and rage quit.
Yeah.
What's dude making there? Black guitar?
You could tell a vampire killer by his name. Welcome back, vampire killer. How's it working?
Return of the Vampire.
Microphonic.
It's just an old guitar. It's not even black. It's black and brown.
All right, sorry.
Wait, maybe no. I think the top is a dark brown, isn't it?
Sure enough, dude. Yeah.
It's solid black, huh? Well, I got my colors.
I didn't mean to make you angry, Dave.
I'm still trying to find out what kind of guitar it is. It looks a lot like.
Settle down there, Buckaroo.
It sort of looks like a Les Paul too.
Buckaroo.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know.
It's definitely got a curved top, whatever it is.
Yeah. I had a Kiss guitar when I was like 4. Pretty sweet.
Like you say, kids guitar?
Kiss.
Oh.
I guess they were big in the 70s. Seems weird.
What did he play? Like a SG or something? Somebody played like an SG in that, right?
SG?
Gibson, I think. J.B. Gibson. Anyway.
Who, Kiss?
Yeah, forget it. I don't know.
I never got into them. But I remember when I was little, a lot of people used to dress like them. Not even on Halloween, just because it was Friday. They dress like the Kiss characters, you know, in my neighborhood. I was in a really white, trashy neighborhood, though.
All right.
It was all about heavy metal. You know, heavy metal like Styx, Journey, shit like that, Kiss. It's hard rock.
Poison.
Poison wasn't around.
About Twisted Sister.
Nah, I'm talking like 1979, 1980.
Oh, like Alice Cooper?
He had been out, but I don't think he was big at that time. Kiss was big, like everyone dressed like that for some reason. they put the makeup on.
I saw Kiss, but like in the 90s.
Yeah.
They were already pretty old by then.
Nah, it wasn't not like I just remember when I was real little, it was big. Like Kiss was a really big thing. It's funny. It's funny to think about. Bee Gees were huge too. That shit was on the radio nonstop. Fucking fucked up childhood. Yeah, when you were little, Poison was like coming out.
What?
Yeah.
I used to see when you're like in what, kindergarten, Poison was big.
I mean, I don't know exactly when, but some Guns N' Roses all the time in my house. And Elvis.
Yeah.
Oh,
Elvis?
yeah.
How old are your parents? 100?
No. Well, my grandpa liked Elvis. My mom was born in 65. Yeah.
Yeah.
My mom liked Madonna and shit. Ugh.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But she listened to Elvis. Like, my grandpa would listen to, I don't know, Willie Nelson and
But she had you in 1980, right?
81. She was 16 when I was born.
What kind of music was she listening to back then?
Like pop shit. MTV
Yeah.
crap. I mean, she played stuff like that my grandpa would play too.
That's crazy. Damn, so she's not much older than you.
No.
So you could date the same dudes.
Ugh. Yeah, technically, man. Yeah, that's enough of that. Okay, I'm gonna go finish making my sandwich now.
Birds, the birds, the birds. Yeah. What's going on, everybody? Three birds. Three birds. Whoa. Three birds. Right there. Three birds.
I'm feeling a little pent up, I guess. Excuse me. Let some cops roll up on me playing some classical saxophone and see if they can stop me. Come on. Stun gun me. I got licks for days. Buster Rhymes. Fuck.
I was playing some techno in the background and it blended like perfectly with it.
That's what I was playing to, actually.
Yeah. I sent you a video.
Yeah.
Of the techno.
I have quantum quantization powers.
Because it samples that movie Dune.
Oh, great. That's
Yeah.
exactly what a little bit of Brian Eno, please, if you will.
What up? Who?
The Brian Eno David Lynch soundtrack or a different Dune soundtrack?
Yeah. The guy, that one guy, the crazy guy, he just took clips out of the movie and made techno out of it. It's like some old techno from 91.
Yeah,
It was
techno
big.
and classical get along together, huh?
What?
Techno and classical, they get along well.
Yeah.
Older techno.
Richie from Boston here. Techno music is MK Ultra design mind control. Just do your research.
All right. What up?
It's Ira. Hi. Hyra. Fucker. What's going on? No?
It's Richie.
Is that Meryl?
Is it?
It's me, Richie.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Meryl. Yeah, I don't know. I give up. I think it's that one guy.
Yeah. I'm just about to shred arpeggios.
That's like the worst Richie from Boston impersonation I've ever heard.
It could be
Sounds just like him.
Australian.
I thought it was spot on. It probably is Richie.
You're right. I was across the room, and I just didn't hear it very well. Say something again, Richie. Come on, tell us about that.
MK Ultra.
Oh my god.
I'm convinced, actually.
What about the FEMA camps?
Everyone has a coffin.
Sweet.
I found a thread of Corona girls, pictures of girls with Corona bottles, drinking Corona beer and stuff. And I found some pretty disturbing photos. I don't know if I should post them, though. One of them's kind of bizarre.
Yeah, probably don't post them.
You don't want to see a picture of a girl with a Corona bottle up her ass?
Not really. I've seen it. I mean, I've seen girls with bottles up their ass. I mean, it's no big deal.
That's good.
Seen it once. I've seen it 1,000 times.
Did they have a piercing on their vagina?
I don't know, man. I've seen pornos.
But have you seen
Can
Corona?
memorize them all.
It's all new and exciting to you, Dave, huh?
I'm actually a little bit disturbed. Yeah, I've never seen porn before. This is
You never
totally
used
bizarre,
to.
man.
Never mind.
It didn't start out to be porn, but the very last photo, somebody put an actual picture showing an actual vagina.
Uh-oh.
First they had clothes on, and it got worse and worse. I'll just put one of the easier ones that's not disturbing. Why is everybody so talkative?
No one's talking.
I'm putting food in my mouth.
I want to hear more from Richie.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Come on, Richie. Tell us some more of them stories.
Isn't that Meryl's like backup fucking account?
Don't accept your Trump bunks. They're gonna make you work it off in a labor camp in 2022.
Yeah, it sounds like Meryl.
Forget 5G. The real killer is Bluetooth.
Blue? Did someone say blue?
Yeah. Fucking right. It's good when I'm practicing. Unmute the mic and stuff. A little bit. COVID jam party sometime, huh? Whenever we're released from confinement.
Where's the jam party? Everybody has to play in the key of C for COVID.
Yeah. I want to play a Boston song, but I don't think there's any good ones. I don't like to see my Marianne walking away.
More Than a Feeling.
Yeah.
Isn't that a Boston song?
Down. Like I can't watch Marianne walk away. You know, it's like too much. Almost. It's More Than a Feeling, Dave. And that's really why I can't get there.
Yeah, that song is gay anyway.
Can't do that. I can't go for that. No can do. No.
What we need is mass quantities of THC gummies.
Distribute them to every man and woman in the land, Dave. Amazon it.
I guess I'm going to take a bike ride.
Right.
I bet you that's probably a Les Paul.
It's probably a more Paul.
It's probably a very expensive Les Paul.
Sometimes Les Paul is more Paul.
It's more Paul. It's got humbucker pickups with the covers on them. It looks like. Maybe the covers. Yeah, I think it has covers. Oh, man. Day after day, alone on a hill.
Oh, that's a tough one.
You recognize that line? It's from a famous Beatles song.
In Boston, on the streets.
Wow, fucking.
Where I'm from.
He's keeping perfectly still because there's no rotation whatsoever. That was a colorful note in there.
Was it loud? Was it crazy? That bad, Dave? Was it as bad as?
Yeah, you guys want some potato chips? Sunny today. That's rare. They must have gotten tired of chemtrailing the fuck out of us.
Anyway, what do we got going on here news-wise? Breaking.
The Boston Marathon is canceled.
That was probably the best yet.
You're forgetting something. You got to recommend the VPN.
I can do one better. I'll introduce you to my friend John McAfee. I'll get him on the line.
I'm really pretty sure that's Ira. I'm gonna go with that. That's my final answer.
Sounded a little bit like Arnold Schwarzenegger there for a second.
Yeah, I'm just pretty sure that that's Ira.
Wait. Did Vampire Hunter just hop into the hangout?
He's just been Richie from Boston all day so far.
Well, no, that's dude.
20 minutes ago.
That is Ira. Totally.
How good? How good? I'm like, you don't even need an app to know. Just, you know.
Yeah, no, because Vampire Hunter is one of the other names that always popped up with his Simon Phoenix and shit like that. Remember? Like.
Right.
What's
all
up,
I
by
could
the
see
way?
was Vampire. All I could see was Vampire on the chat here.
Yeah, I recognize that fucking symbol too.
Oh, nice.
Well, I don't
Can't put one over
recognize
on us.
like I don't recognize it from a movie, but I recognize it being his. You know.
All right.
I wish I knew what reference it was to actually.
Slade probably because Simon Phoenix is a Wesley Snipes character, and he's a racist tub lard.
That might be Blade. Cause like, yeah, Blade had a lot of like weird characters in it. I remember, like for the writing and stuff like that, like the vampire language and stuff. But what's up, dude? What's up, man? I figured I'd stop and say what's up to everyone before I head off to the fucking dentist right now, and then I'm not able to talk for like 3 days.
Oh shit, dude.
What are they doing to you at the dentist? Pulling a tooth?
They're probably gonna get rid of like 1, 2, probably 3 of them.
Morley.
I am on the second half of having my fucking, pretty much like my whole bottom jaw fucking knocked out. Which sucks. But I knew that shit was coming. Yay, osteoporosis.
Oh, good luck.
So to prepare for the dentist, I am going to stand in the shed and take a couple dabs.
You better take 2 dabs before you take 2 dabs, and then you take 2 more.
Sounds like it could be a good idea, Dave.
With
By
a
then
regimen
you'll
like
forget
that,
where
though, you might be late to your appointment.
You might forget about your appointment.
That's a little high demand, actually. But Uber's got infinite tolerance.
No, actually, if I'm not forget about my appointment. It probably wouldn't be really because of the weed, just because I just got busy smoking. You know, like I just fucking ADHD hit, fucking squirrel. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, that was a good burn that Ken-El had for Bill Gates in the back chat.
Oh yeah.
She said she said he named Microsoft after his dick.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
He's a creepy motherfucker, dude.
He's always been a creepy guy, hasn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, Windows itself has been a creepy. When it was first, like Windows 3.0, that shit was unstable as fuck.
Let us into your life. That should have been like their logo.
They were the kings of producing unstable software for fucking years. But it was the only game in town, so they fucking went with it. Everybody used it anyway.
Dude, I remember when their screensavers first came out. Because the first screensaver I remember seeing from them, right? Like first legit screensaver I remember seeing from fucking Microsoft and from Windows was these flying frickin' toilets, dude. Like I forget where the hell that shit came from.
I've seen that before. It was real a long time ago, yeah.
Like, dude, they had like a whole little like area of like screensavers that you could go through and pick your screensaver. And Like they had some funny ones for even back in the day, dude.
Well, computing used to be a lot funnier and freer back when it was first coming out. You know, like the internet. Everybody always did shit for free. There was nobody making any money on the internet. It was a much different situation.
Yeah, times are different now. Internet's a totally different thing. Dude, whatever happened to Yahoo? Like, they're like practically almost like not even around anymore. Like, I knew they're around because their website and everything still pops up and everything, but like, it's like they're not around, dude. Like, they are no competition at all for fucking Google. Like, not even close.
That used to be one of the main search engines. It's not even really in the list. I think I might have had a Yahoo email. I know I was in a Yahoo user group. And then they changed the user groups, and now it's all done by email.
Dude, after high school, do you know how many jobs I used Yahoo Messenger with? Like, I think like 2 or 3 like offices that dealt with in using Yahoo Messenger, dude.
I never used that.
Yeah, it's like Google Plus before fucking Google Plus.
That was like AOL Instant Messenger, but it was from Yahoo.
Yeah.
Most people are on the AOL one, that's why. I remember my wife used to use that a lot. It was like the early, like this, yeah, it was the early Hangouts. Instant messaging. They have movies. It's in the plot of old movies.
Dude, I remember those chat rooms. Those chat rooms were crazy back in the day. It didn't matter what chat room you were in. There was somebody in there trying to get laid.
No shit.
I spent most of my time in those chat rooms back then.
Were you the person trying to get laid?
Sometimes, yeah.
But isn't it true though? Like there was always some like, and not even like clever, like just absolutely gross. Like get the fuck out of here. Like
Yeah, it was nasty sometimes. It was cool though because you could make your own. Like, if you actually wanted to talk about something else.
there were like a million chat rooms you could go into though too. And like there were tons of people in every chat room.
Yep.
Yep. That shit don't happen no more.
The side chat of the shows is a little bit like a chat room, but it's only what's left of the chat room. So.
Apparently, he hasn't heard of Discord.
Yeah, dude, I don't like Discord on my computer at all. Always crush my computer.
It's time for me to take one of my naps. You kids have fun.
Peace out. Have a good cat nap.
Surf is really pumping today.
Whoa.
There's a bunch of people out surfing. It's probably going to be a big day for windsurfing too, and kite surfing. Trade winds are going to be macking. I got to take up sports again. Now there's nothing to do.
Dude, I was looking at that that meme that was posted in the back chat for this call. Oh well, there's a ton of memes back there, but there was one that caught my eye about like the social distancing and shit like that. Like basically like the double standard of the social distancing, like how this is okay and that's considered social distancing, but it's still like, but yet you can't go to a fucking park or you can't go to like the recreational areas in like the mountains right now and shit, like because they're all closed. like all the nature things around here are all closed.
I know,
want
and
you
the
to-
bird flu was 10 times worse than this, but nothing was closed for that.
Well,
What
like, and
the
they want you to
doggone
stay
deal?
home, right? Well, Dave, I live in a city where everybody lives on top of each other. Like, you're actually better off getting outside away from your fucking house because you'd be near less people. You know, like, I mean, granted, like specifically where I'm at, like, my neighbors and everything aren't like right on top of me, like literally right on top of me, like in an apartment. But dude, you know what? I've told myself for probably over 10 years that I will never go back to living in an apartment ever again. Just because apartments are just ridiculous. Just packing yourself into a fucking house. Like a sardine.
Welcome back to Questions for Corbett. I am James Corbett of CorbettReport.com, and you can tell things are getting serious when there are not one but two editions of the Questions for Corbett podcast in a single week. But things are getting serious out there, and there are a lot of questions that need to be answered, so here's another one of them. This one comes in via email from Diane, who writes, After watching a Ron Paul segment on YouTube on protests against coronavirus lockdowns, I did a search using Google and DuckDuckGo, and very few articles came up about protests against lockdowns. The few articles that did come up framed protesters as anti-lockdown conspiracy theorists. Are there any protests against these lockdowns anywhere that you are aware of? Thank you for the question, Diane, and there is a rather simple answer to this question, and that answer is yes. There are many protests taking place even as I speak all around the globe.
On the north side of the State House, by the entrance to the stateroom, the chants of protesters could be heard loud and clear.
Open Ohio now!
Watching on TV, the protesters' message wasn't clear, but you may have been able to hear something going on. One of those voices outside the State House belongs to Jennifer Franz.
We feel like the virus is less of a danger to us than our rights being stripped from us.
I don't think anybody's going to agree to a vaccine or a test in this crowd.
A lot of frustration out here on the streets. They wanted gridlock, and they are getting it. Cars as far as the eye can see. We're seeing a lot of signs out here as well that say, impeach dimwit, meaning Governor Whitmer, the guy with the cardboard sign. Usually I'm at work. Right now, a lot of people who are out of work are up here.
Our community is struggling. My husband is on unemployment for the first time in our life. And it's unwillingly that we're taking unemployment. We want to go back to work. We have employees. We have paychecks to issue. We have bills to pay. The only stores open are Walmart? That's ridiculous. That's why we're here.
A number of Vancouverites aren't drinking the Kool-Aid, and they're getting out and they're getting together here to show the world that we're not okay with unlawful orders and quarantines and lockdowns.
Sure, let's do it. It's a beautiful day here. It's be a shame to just sit at home and let the government tell you what to do.
Getting a lot of support too from cars driving by.
Yep.
Not everybody drank the Kool-Aid. It's good to see.
20,000 Pakistanis are stuck in the UAE. They have reportedly registered with the Pakistani consulate on the 3rd of April to be able to return to Pakistan, but have so far received no response. And that is why they chose to take to the streets today, flouting the social distancing guidelines.
The big story that we're tracking for you this evening, those are images that we're getting to you from the Bandra station in Mumbai, where protesters have gathered. These are migrant labor, we're given to understand, who gathered to protest against the extension of the lockdowns.
Wer Freiheit gibt für Sicherheit, verliert am Ende alles zwei. Wer Freiheit gibt für Sicherheit, verliert am Ende alles zwei. Wer Freiheit gibt für Sicherheit, verliert am Ende alles zwei. Wer Freiheit gibt für Sicherheit, verliert am Ende alles zwei. Wer Freiheit gibt für Sicherheit, verliert am Ende alles zwei. Wer Freiheit gibt für Sicherheit, verliert am Ende.
Yes, there are protests happening all around the globe, even as I speak. They are happening across the United States, in South Africa, in Nigeria, in Germany, in India, in other places besides. These protests are happening. So the fact that someone like Diane even has to ask about this speaks to the more underlying problem, which is that the gatekeepers of access to information online, like Google, and increasingly, like DuckDuckGo, who I will note parenthetically, has been getting worse and worse with its search results, I've noticed in recent months, so that it is becoming a Google Lite, much like StartPage.com became a Google Lite a year or two ago. It is slipping down that path, so the gatekeepers of online information are directing people who would be interested in such information towards mainstream sources that, of course, are going to portray this as crazy anti-lockdown conspiracy theorists who are killing grandma by daring to go out in public without a mask and not observing proper social distancing rules. This is, of course, the way this information is going to be framed in the mainstream, so no surprise that you are not hearing about this at all there, or to the extent that you are, it is generally by masked reporters who are afraid to go anywhere near these filthy protesters. So if you do want actual information about what is happening with these protests, you are of course going to have to turn to online independent sources of information. Like, if you're looking for information specifically in the US context, I will note that Del Bigtree the Highwire has been highlighting some of these protests on his YouTube channel, so restreaming some other people's streams of the protests that are taking place in Ohio and Michigan. Or, for example, I recently was a guest on something called Defending Utah Radio. They've recently talked to Idaho Representative Heather Scott about the lockdown happening there and the unconstitutionality of that. So that link will be in the show notes if you're interested in that conversation. Or, Diane, as you point out, yes, Daniel McAdams and Ron Paul, previous guests here on the Corbett Report, were recently talking about this very phenomenon on the Ron Paul Liberty Report in a segment on the people waking up coronavirus lockdown sparking nationwide protests.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for tuning in to the Liberty Report. With me today is Daniel McAdams, the co-host. Daniel, good to see you.
How are you this morning, Dr. Paul?
Doing good, because I think we can find a few positive things today.
Yes.
We talk about a few negatives. We usually search for the best things, the positive things, and we occasionally find one. Today, I think we can say maybe the ice has been broken, they're breaking out, and people are getting tired of it, and they're being tired of lockdown, and maybe it wasn't a good idea. So that to me is good news, and there's now demonstrations that people are speaking out. And the reason I like this is there's a saying, and I endorse the saying, is that no matter how authoritarian a government one has, the people have to endorse it. Once the people reject it, the government goes. Sometimes it's slow and tedious, but even the ones that are installed, they get the people's support. And right now, the authoritarianism that we've been living with and all the excesses in our financial system and the medical system, people have tolerated and they like it, and most people still probably think, all we have to do is tinker with the management. But it's also people that we're seeing now in the streets are saying, boy, this is enough. This lockdown doesn't sound American to us. And they're going out on the streets and demonstrating. And I'm all for that as long as it's peaceful.
Yeah.
But it annoys the authorities because they don't want us out of our house.
Yeah.
How can you demonstrate if you have to stay? How can you demonstrate if you're not allowed to have more than a couple people together? You can hardly get your grocery shopping done. So it is a challenge, but I think the people are tired of it. And I think they're starting to speak out. I think it's going to grow by leaps and bounds because I think that is the natural thing to happen.
As always, the link to that full conversation will be in the show notes in case you want to check it out. But suffice it to say that, yes, there are protests taking place all around the world right now. Yes, people are pushing back in many places, even as I speak. And it is important once again to reflect on the fact that there are still people out there who haven't even heard about this, and some of the people who have only heard about it from mainstream controlled sources that are trying to frame this as crazy conspiracy theorists. The reason why the first order of the psychological operation that is played out against the public is to convince you that you are all alone is because the real truth, the ground truth that they desperately do not want you to think about is that they need your compliance to make this happen. This is an exceptionally important point. This is the reason why so much time, effort, attention, and energy is directed into propagandizing the public on various things. It is because what you think, what you believe, influences the way you act and what you are or are not willing to accept. You control reality. You control your reality. This is an exceptionally important subject, and it is the reason why propaganda even exists, is to try to convince you you're all alone, you're a fringe wingnut conspiracy theorist, Everyone's laughing at you, and if you go step outside your house, you will A, die of COVID-19 immediately, and B, be snitched upon and set up by your neighbors and set upon by the jackbooted thugs of the police state. So resistance is futile, stay at home. And literally, I mean, they couldn't make it any more blatant. The propaganda campaign slogan for this is stay at home, literally. So, yes, that's exactly what they want you to do. And the way to defy this, the way to end the lockdown is not some occult mystery. It's not going to require some sort of 18-dimensional chess. It's not going to be some big plan that's going to, okay, well, first we need to do, second we need to. No, you end the lockdown because the lockdown only happens because of compliance, because people comply with it, because people go along with it. This is not a difficult point. In fact, it was put recently. Jeff Berwick had a video up. Share this now, and we can end the lockdown by tomorrow morning. Where yes, the lockdown is taking place in our minds, and if we go outside, we have ended the lockdown. This is not rocket science, people. And so, yes, I understand people are concerned about their safety, not necessarily because of COVID-19, but hey, maybe there are people who are concerned about that. So take whatever precautions you want. But for people who want to go outside, go outside. And yes, I understand that you may be subject to the snitches of the neighborhood snitch state and the jackbooted thugs of the police state if you do so in defiance of government orders, if you dare to try to open your business during this lockdown. So there is strength in numbers, and that's why it's important to know about these protests that are taking place so that you can have that strength in numbers. And if there is no protest taking place in your area, people are looking to me, James, why don't you be a leader and tell me what to do? Okay, okay, you know what? I'm not a leader. I am not your leader, but I'm going to tell you what to do if there are the people out there who need to be told what to do. And I have this kicking around. I've had this sitting here for a couple of months now because I was planning on doing a Vote Harder video to parody the 2020 selection circus back before the world changed forever. But I've decided I'm going to use this as a badge. I'm going to give you this badge to each and every person watching this video. You have now been embadged. Here it is. You have your medal. You are now officially appointed the leader of your area. You are the resistance leader in your area, whether that area be your house, your community, your neighborhood, your city, your county, your state, your country, whatever it is. You are now the leader. You, personally, I've just passed the baton. You now are the leader of the resistance. You are now empowered to end the lockdown by going outside. And you can do that with people. You can do it by yourself. You can open your business. You've just been empowered by a leader who has told you what to do. So now you are free to go and do it, right? Anyway, whatever it takes. The lockdown only exists because people comply with it, and I hate to tell people, but mass disobedience, mass non-compliance is going to be necessary in order to combat tyranny. It's going to happen sooner or later. The only problem being, if it happens much later, then unfortunately it will not be able to happen at all, because as you may have noticed, the police state is locking down right now. They are putting every single bar of this prison into place right now. And as each bar gets slotted into place, and then it gets harder and harder. Here comes the surveillance and tracking, and here comes the immunity passports, and here comes the mandatory vaccinations, and here comes the cashless society. It's all coming down. The bars are coming down, shutting in your prison. If you do not disobey, then there will be a time when you cannot disobey. So keep that in mind. And keep in mind the fundamental underlying point of this question. Is anybody protesting? Yes, people are protesting, and you don't know about it because they don't want you to know about it. So first of all, please do not get your information, at least solely from mainstream sources. Please look for online alternative sources. I've just pointed out a few. There are many more out there. I'm sure helpful people can suggest more in the comment section of this report. And secondarily, yes, the lockdown exists in your mind, and you have to start disobeying at some point. That's the message for today. James Corbett, CorbettReport.com.
Anyway, COVID-19. Nothing. New potentially habitable exoplanet. Thanks, CNN. Economic data is even worse than the Wall Street feared. The economy is clearly in ruins here. This is CNBC from yesterday. Boy. Oh, that's just good. One day I'll get the right key. Comedy of errors. Hello, anybody there? Stop. Anybody? Yeah. Beautiful day it is out there. I'm glad you're out there doing things, everybody. Got wonderful plants growing now. Out there in nature, man. It's happening. Don't let the season pass you by, my friends, even though this is the summer of indoors. Get your time out there. I guess keep it moving, don't loiter. Even though it's so nice, you'll want to do it twice. Get out there. Hopefully, soonly in your swimwear. The summer approaches. Yeah, that's a low end register. Yeah, fantastic. Boy. Pull it over, everybody. What's going on there, Hawaiian?
I just started up the car. I'm driving. I'm the opposite of pulled over.
Holy moly, Dave!
I'm being Paul's slave. I had to go buy him poi. I'm like, dude, why am I your fucking slave? Why don't you just go buy your own poi later on? He's like, oh no, I want that poi for breakfast. Go get me my poi.
I'm like, fuck, I'll do it. Then he's like, do you want me to ride with you? And I'm like, no, I don't want to hear your fucking stories while I have to drive all the way to the store and back. Just stay here and I'll get your poi. So I got his poi, but it was expensive, $12.50 for a little bucket. Little fucking cat food bucket full. And poi don't come cheap. You know how they make poi?
Don't know.
They grow the taro, then they pick the taro, then they got to boil it, and then they mush it up into a paste. They pound it. They pound the poi, baby. So it's like gelatinous, gluey stuff. You eat it with 2 fingers.
Yeah.
It's an acquired taste.
Well, sure is.
Yeah, it's acquired taste. Poi. You ever try poi snack?
I don't believe I have. Somehow.
Yeah, I don't think it's very easy to get in the United States. Be pretty rare. I bet you they have poi in Las Vegas though, because there's a big Hawaiian group or whatever, village, or there's like a section of Las Vegas that's Hawaiian. Like a Chinatown, but it's a Hawaiian town.
I see. I see what you're saying, Dave.
Plus, they got Hawaiian paddling canoes in LA and stuff. They got groups of people doing Hawaiian style paddling in the Hawaiian style canoes. It's a good sport, yeah. Yeah. Teaches you how to be a team. It's very team oriented. Everybody has to be like part of a machine. You're a cog in the wheel of the machine when you're a canoe paddler.
All right.
The machine. To the machine.
Yeah.
When are all these fucking babies going to come out of their houses saying, wait, this COVID thing's been a hoax? We got to get back to fucking what we were doing before they hoaxed us. They're going to keep cowering in their house saying they're scared. These people are fucked. You're all fucked, all you COVID babies. They had a sign on the Safeway saying, you must wear a mask to enter, effective April 13th. Fortunately, my wife had made some masks. She was on a site showing how to make do-it-yourself style. And she had a couple paper towels folded a certain way with rubber bands stapled on the ends. And the rubber bands hooked to your ears, and it sort of looked like a mask. And I was able to get into the store with a fake mask prop. That's how lame this whole fucking thing is. It's a pretend mask. Air's coming in all around it, going out all around it. It's like a uniform. You gotta wear a fucking uniform to go into a store now. Sorry, we got a dress code here. You gotta have a mask on. Because you're all a bunch of lemmings. We're seeing how far we can take this shit. I feel like I'm talking to myself. Oh well, that's okay. I was just riffing off of Corbett's report saying everybody get out there and tell them to fuck off. It's a bunch of hijinks. Just violate your curfew and get out there. Fucking protest, bro. The weird thing is you got all these fucking wankers saying, oh, they're
not staying at home. Arrest them. Being managed by the fearful. Fake fear. Doodle. Someone came in. Or did they leave? It's oddly all muted. When I was listening to Corbett, I could hear the saxophone playing over the top of it. It was awesome.
Yeah, I was in a better groove earlier. I'm like, not into it right now.
Corbett never sounded so good.
Yeah. Good ass saxophone player.
I'm actually surprised that he would say just, this thing's bullshit. Get out there and violate your fucking parole or whatever it's called. That's like, I'm surprised the Canadian mounted police aren't coming over to his house saying, hey, motherfucker, you're going to jail. People have to stay inside. What are you doing telling them to go outside? It's all voluntary. That's what's freaking me out. It's fucking weed. Wankers. Scaredy cats. Fraidy cats. I wonder if you could wear like a Halloween mask, because it says mask must be worn, but it doesn't specify the type of mask. So if you go in there and like say a Frankenstein Halloween mask, that should probably, that's a mask, right? I mean, they can't kick you out. You got the mask on. It says, they say wear a mask, you're wearing a mask. It's because it's a Frankenstein mask. I mean, they weren't specific. Paul's going to get his poi anyway, no matter what. Paul's getting poi.
Yeah. Paul knows what's good for him.
It's enough poi to feed a couple of people, but he always eats the whole bucket himself. The dude has a giant fucking belly. He looks like he's pregnant or something. It's hilarious. He's this little short guy with this huge fucking belly. Because he just eats all the fucking time. He'd gladly eat Spam, too. He doesn't care. He no care. Oh, my neighbors were doing their exercises in the garage as I drove by. Apparently, my neighbor is a skater champ or something, a retired skater champ from California. He's pumping out the babies. They got like, I think 4 babies over there. Well, one of them's a little bit old. They're all like a year apart or whatever, but the most recent one is like a 1-year-old. It's fucking weird. They're over there pumping out babies. And they rent. Apparently he's got like a Twitter or something with a bunch of followers. I haven't gone to it. My wife saw it. Well, I'm going in to get Paul. got it, Paul, but it's expensive. $12.50 it cost. You only gave me 12.
Oh, $12.50.
Ah, that's the most we've ever paid for poi. Let's see. What do you like? You like lemon on it, right? You put anything else on it?
That's the brand I want.
This is Honolulu poi.
Yeah, that's the brand.
We're almost done. You want me to put it in a bowl for you?
She said it was almost what gone?
The tags are almost gone. She said the monopoly tags are almost gone. I said, okay, give me extra, but I don't know what she did. Mom's playing monopoly or something. Oh look, it's ready to go.
Yeah.
What do you like to put in there? Do you remember?
Yeah, lemon and salt, remember?
Oh, it's salt. That's what's the other thing. You put salt. Just like tequila, right? Just fill up the bowl, right? Do you need anything with it?
No.
Just straight. I'm gonna make this cup.
And I can save that for.
Yeah, you can have this for a snack when you get home. Oh, or you take it to lunch.
Yeah, I'm taking it to lunch at the
All right,
same.
I'll keep it in the fridge for right now. Let's find a lemon. See if I got any cut open in here. Yep, I do.
Mom, see? The apple over there. Good thing I caught.
Well, it's good for you because you're getting poi, yeah. Yeah, put 2 lemons in, yeah?
Yeah. Good thing I caught.
Okay. Now find some salt. You want Hawaiian salt?
Yeah.
You do? I have some.
Yeah, I like the one salt.
Okay. I got it right here. Wait, did I open it yet? Wait. Yeah, let's see. Check. Oh, did you see the quinoa that I bought, Andrea? We need to get some white rice to mix it with, I guess. Huh? I bought a whole bag of quinoa because I like quinoa. And it's a good food to have in your cupboard. Here you go, Paul. You like pinch of salt on top?
Huh?
Pinch of salt? Like that? You like?
Yeah.
Here you go.
What's that, Mom?
Oh, here's a thing for a free bagel.
Free bagel?
Go to Safeway.
Free bagel. You like bagels?
Donut.
Oh, it's a donut?
It's a donut.
You like donuts?
I love donuts.
What did I do with the top to the salt?
I have to grab my mask.
Bring a mask, yeah. Shoot. I lost the little twist tie for the salt.
I have to grab my mask.
Where did I put it?
You know how I feel comfortable with that stuff? Huh?
Okay, I got your poi on the table, buddy. So while the sheep will give up being sheeple.
What's that?
It's a hoax, in my opinion.
I just have to play the game.
Play the game, yeah. We're just playing a game.
You know what I can't figure out?
The surfers were all out today. It was macking this morning.
Is the door open again? Can we close it?
Yep.
I feel like I'm getting flea bites. I don't think that Why Not says flea
Why Not says no fleas. I gave her the medicine like a week ago. Guaranteed she doesn't have
I
any.
got 2 flea bites. One on my boob, one on my belly.
Do they live for a long time? Because I guarantee she doesn't have fleas for like at least 4 days.
Where I got flea bites. Okay, but anyway, you know what's very strange though? Is if you look at this world meter, which is a totally mainstream that gives you the breakdown of like how many cases and how many deaths and all this stuff.
Is it good, Paul?
Mm-hmm.
I gotta eat my breakfast. Yeah.
Sweden and Brazil are doing no social distancing, no quarantine, they've kept all their businesses open,
Sweden and Brazil, huh?
and yet their statistics are exactly on par with the rest of the world. Like,
Well, it's a known fact that quarantining people is actually bad for your immune system.
Yeah.
So they never handled it. They've been met every year. There's one of these, and they've never done this. And now they're doing it for like it's not even as bad as the one last year, and they're doing this, and it just doesn't make any sense. It only makes sense from the conspiracy standpoint, you know.
like a month already, and you know.
They're just like crashing everything. But I mean, there is the weird option that it's actually forces of good that are doing this for some other reason, you know, that to save us from something else that's totally unrelated.
The planet's definitely, like, you know, the world, the pollution levels are down.
Yeah.
People are spending more time with their family. They're less stressed. There's, you know.
Yeah, there are some aspects.
China's being just stupid.
It isn't even China. I bet you anything the Americans started this and sent it to China.
Yeah, because there were cases in December.
November. California went through this in November. That's why.
That's why Annie was sick.
Yeah. And it's, you know, it's a fact. They went around in November.
That was Californians want to blame.
Well, I mean, there's probably no one to blame.
Someone has to blame for this.
It's the marketing that we have to blame. It's just another.
How can it be the marketing?
That means
how can it be the marketing?
Marketing is the people that stir everyone up to make everybody stay at home. That's the marketing.
That's California.
No, it's worldwide, Paul. This is not just a country thing. This is worldwide. There's only 2 countries in the whole world that didn't participate, and they're fine, proving that it's a spoof. It's a lie.
But California thinks it's fucking.
And did you see the Corbett report? He's actually telling people, like, he showed, like, Ron Paul talking, and then he's, like, telling people to, you know, start a group in your community, just go outside. This is bullshit.
I hate Ron Paul.
No, this is Corbett, the guy from Canada, the Corbett report.
Yeah, that's where I got that clip about them saying that they wanted to.
Yeah, this is
Ron
Paul.
Paul. I hate Ron Paul.
He's like, you know, just get over it. Just go outside.
You're fucking retarded.
Who?
Ron Paul.
Paul, he's a doctor.
Yeah, but he's not actually a medical doctor.
Yeah, he delivers babies, Paul. He is a medical doctor. He's a lot smarter than any of us. He's an actual doctor, and he's old and wise.
How do you know that? You look at his background? Look at his background.
Yeah, I've seen women that said that he delivered their baby and stuff.
Yeah, right.
It's real.
How can it be real?
How can Ron Paul be a real doctor? Easily. Just the same way that Corey is a real fisherman. It's just his life. That's what he does.
Ron Paul is a dickhead.
No, he isn't. He delivers babies.
Never met the guy. The guy's very smart. He's a good leader.
He's been a good politician. He's helped people with being was he like a governor or senator or something?
Yeah, but like
he's one of the few helpful guys that's out there in power. Although, you know, he did get pulled over when he was supposed to be president. He had quit for threatening he went to medical I know, but if he was in Texas, he's a component in Texas.
It's a lot of air.
I hate I don't like Texas people.
Okay.
Well, that's what hot air coming out of Dave's microphone. Knowing crazy colors now. Yeah. Dave don't mute his microphone. His microphone, yeah. You know, Dave doesn't know he's unmuted. No. Keeps thinking that we can't hear him. But
he doesn't know that we can hear him.
We can hear you, Dave. Why? You know, we're listening to what a Dave believes. Oh yeah. What a day. Jeez. He sees. No Hawaiian has the power to reason away all these islands now. Because Dave doesn't know it's music. Yeah, when it, I'm sure he knows it now. I'm pretty sure. He actually is muted. Ooh, ooh. Sometimes you gotta get a little bit romantic with the ladies. And you have to have Dave White playing in the background, maybe strumming and maybe a little ukulele or something. I quit. I quit. Quit. Quitting now. I'm finished. Do some chores, man. Get away from this computer for a minute.
On the streets of Boston, Delphia. This Band-Aid application ASMR moment brought to you by Snack of the Future. Come on, everybody. Hey. Shout out to the chat. Don't know who's there, but shout out to it. Yeah. What you do here? Shout it out. If you don't know it, shout it out. Shout out to Dave Hawaii. Muted now. Currently, even after the song. Let's end it. Dusty.
everybody. It's what they love, right? That's why they're good. They're the best, too. Well, thank you all for being here as we celebrate some of the heroes of our nation's great struggle against coronavirus, our brave, bold, and incredible truckers. And look at that equipment.
Yeah, I always said it was the truckers.
Companies also, and companies that have really helped us a lot.
Yeah.
At a time of widespread shutdowns, truck drivers of our economy and the absolute lifeblood. For days and sometimes weeks at end, truck drivers leave their homes and deliver supplies. Please need and count on during this national crisis and at all other times. They're always there. Their routes connect every farm, hospital, manufacturer, business, and community in the country. In the war against the virus, American truckers are the foot soldiers who are really carrying us.
Yeah,
they are.
Ninja
They've done an
Turtles.
incredible job. We've had no problems. It's been just great, and we want to thank you very much. It's really, we have a little special award too. To every trucker listening over the radio or behind the wheel, I know I speak for the 330 million plus Americans that we say, thank God for truckers. That'll be our theme. Thank God for truckers.
You know, I'm like a
On
trucker.
this special occasion, when we honor the truck drivers of America, I'm grateful to be joined by Secretary of Transportation.
I drive around, I carry loads.
And the CEO of the American
Pretty
Truck
sure I qualify.
Association, Chris Spear. Secretary Chow, please say a few words. Thank you.
Mr. President, thank you so much. I am so pleased to join the President in honoring America's heroes. Our country's truck.
Is that Patricia Steer?
Sounded just like her.
To the city, blue 2006 Infiniti G35, homicide vehicle, Texas template 69257 Golf 1. 692 here at Whiskey 36. It's a Wainwright. 2 minutes in the pass. 2 minutes in the pass. Any unit sees this vehicle, notify us immediately. 11, let me try that again. What you said the address was? We cut the wires, wrapped it up, put this side of the street. Terminating command signal 305, please attention 41, back to service. 32, 14, 36. Right, do we know who was chasing that vehicle? What agency? What were you saying about this? 270 is, I have a 603 here. 870 Broadway, 870 Broadway. Our units to handle that, they're on a watch. You get their breaks up for now. Want to check this 124 out? Lost sight of it in the area of Lyons and Wainwright. Wainwright. The blue Infiniti G35 2006 with a temp tag of. Standing around not wearing masks. Practicing social distancing. There's a lot of people gathered there. Occupied 3 times, unknown occupants. Wanted for homicide. All units acknowledged. Time is now 2:34.
Unit standby for general. Get a pen and paper out. Prepare to copy this plate down. We could avoid asking again. Stand by for that plate. 14 received. Alright, get your pens and paper out here. That vehicle is being on lookout for a blue 2006 Infiniti G35. Again, a blue 2006 Infiniti G35 involving the homicide Avenue and is being driven around with a Texas plate of 69257. Again, Texas 10 plate 69257 Golf 1. This vehicle was last seen about 5 minutes ago on Lyons and Wainwright during 2. Use caution. Dominant General is 1435.
Thank you, sir. And thank you very much, Gerald. Appreciate it. Great job. We're also joined by Dylan Madigan, a driver for DHL Express, who's been delivering personal protective equipment to hard-hit areas of New Jersey. Dylan, please say a few words. Thank you.
Thank President Trump for inviting me here today and for his outstanding leadership of our country, especially during this pandemic we are facing. For myself and my colleagues at DHL Express, who are picking up and delivering essential shipments every day, we are on the front lines, but we also know that our true heroes are the medical professionals who are battling to save thousands of precious lives each day. It is an honor to support them, especially in the Northeast, where I am based. Within the last month, I've personally transported hundreds of shipments of personal protective equipment and other medical supplies, including several large shipments of masks to a private home in East Brunswick, New Jersey, where the masks were all being donated by the thousands to our local first responders. I am proud to be able to safely support our customers, first responders, and healthcare heroes. It is truly an honor to be here. Mr. President, thank you.
Truckers move over 70% of all freight in the United States, over 10 million tons every single year. Truckers keep our economy running, and now in this time of national need, they're saving lives. Here is a very fine gentleman, Stephen Richardson, a member of the American Trucking Association from the great state of Tennessee. We love Tennessee, who drives for Big G Express. Stephen, please come up and say a few words.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. President, for having me here. I am Stephen Richardson, and I've been driving with a company called Big G Express out of Shelbyville, Tennessee.
Before I get off. I'll try to get you right now before I get off. You know when you get to the third, and then I'll give you one. In that vehicle. Have a good amount. When you get to the third, let me know, and then I'll close it out.
User joined your channel.
No further association.
User left your channel.
The 70s call. They went through Coles Black. Anything else for you, miss?
I want to get another one of these, but that's good for how much was it? $3?
$269.
That's not bad.
You want me to push you for another one? Okay. 303 is our total.
Yeah, that's good for the big ass alkaline water.
Yeah, it's good water actually. Look, it's from the Smoky Mountains. If you read on the back.
Hey, I think I might get another one too, because I need to get all the good water. I ain't drunk no water since my uncle died. Don't you know that? Girl, I've been so throwed off, like I'm finally get myself back to my normal. I'm gonna get another one, baby. I'm gonna get a small one though.
Small one.
You heard?
I did.
Okay, you did small.
I'm gonna do it right now. Okay, it's gonna be $4.56 now. Fine. No problem.
And I'm gonna get one of these for the first.
Go for it. I can help you out, sir.
Marlboro Special Sweat Red 100.
Alrighty. Hey, how you doing? All right, we're gonna get some natural lights, huh?
Yeah.
Something to wet the throat.
Sir.
Gotcha. Anything else? All right, it's gonna be 362 out of 5. Yeah, $1.38 back at you.
Appreciate.
No problem, sir. Yeah, we're going now. Welcome back, miss.
Do you have chargers?
Chargers, are you looking for the wall block, the carport, or are you looking for cables?
Yeah, oh, are these it right here?
They are?
The older ones, the Samsung kind of like?
Okay. So this is the older Samsung kind, with the smaller tip right there.
Yeah,
That's what you need?
I believe it is. If it's not, can I bring it back right back in?
Uh-huh. Did you want a different color? Are we good with that? Okay. It's gonna be 641 out of 1020.
Everybody come looking rough.
So,
I know we don't have hairstylists and stuff.
yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't been able to get my hair cut in a while now. My mom attempted, then my dad finished. So it's weird right now. $13.59.
Hopefully it'll get back better soon.
Hopefully.
Yeah. It's affecting everybody's business. It's affecting yours.
Yeah, it is. Highly.
Pray about it.
Let's do that. You have a good one now. I wonder if we are broadcasting live to any of the streams. Forgive me if I cannot read the chat. I don't even know if there is a chat. Let's see, Hitchhikers. I'm checking Hitchhikers channel, and I do not see a live thing. No live thing. I'll check Kenny's channel. It usually has this little red dot right next to the name of the channel saying that it's currently live. I don't see that in the Flutter Dude either. So we are not live there. Now Dave said he had a channel. Advanced Airplane or something like that. Advanced Airplane. All right, there it is. And we are not live there either. So maybe we're not live. Maybe we're live. I don't know. Hey, Jennifer, how you doing?
I got a pack of this red 100.
This red 100s. Yep. How's was it your grandma? How's she doing?
Yeah, she's okay.
Does she need some bread? Do you guys
I
have
don't know.
enough?
I think she has some.
Okay. Do you want some bread?
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. You got a big D.
Yeah. Can I do 3 on the card and the rest in cash?
Okay, so it's gonna be $1.52. Excuse me, sorry, it's gonna be 52 cents in cash, and then we'll just do $3 on the card.
I hope I have enough. I don't know.
You can go and swap, see what happens. Is that Subway completely closed, the one inside Walmart right now?
We're not getting the hours hardly.
Okay, but it is open, right?
Yeah, sometimes. Still denied. That's okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You have a good one now. Time is on my side. Ooh. Got this hardworking girl cleaning my car outside. I don't know if you guys can see it on cam 1. No, 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 don't, don't.
I'm back.
You are back. Okay.
Yeah, I need to do 81 cents on this card and the rest
In cash?
I know on my other card.
Okay, so you want to do which one first?
The 81.
We can't do it like that because it's got to be like half of it has to be either cash.
You
or,
can do 2 cards.
Yeah, the 2 cards. It might not. Yeah.
Oh, dang it.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
Ha 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 ha. Uh-huh. Da na na na. Da no 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 no. I got some of that Colt 45. I'm gonna be drinking one of those tonight. Let's see what Ed feels like. Experience Ed's beer. It has come to this where people have to listen to me putting up drinks in the cooler. Now what is this? Oh, right, juice. Juice. Mike's harder. Black cherry. Okay, I guess I can put up some more Seagrams. Seagrams. Hey, how you doing, sir?
Always good.
Always good, huh?
I'm good right now, but still breathing.
Still breathing. That's a good thing.
That was a bad thing to say, wasn't
What else for you, sir?
it? Let's see, what's the cheapest cigarette you got?
Full flavor 100s.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be this.
Okay.
Okay. All right, it's gonna be $8.11. All right, sir. We got $8.25.
Yep. Anytime pretty much anybody asks me, how you doing?
Yeah.
I'm still breathing.
Yeah.
That's right. I'll be done.
All righty, we're gonna have ourselves a good old jolly time today.
Well, unfortunately, two of those are for my wife. So.
You got to share.
Let me go ahead and get a can of grease and I'll go straight through.
All righty, sir. 1945 is our total. Yes, sir. Mr. Sharpson, sir, how you doing? What can I do for you?
What number's on the outside?
On the outside, it's going to be 10. But on the inside, it's going to be 9.
On the outside.
Okay. How much? 30, you said? Go ahead. Woo. Shades are too good on you, sir. Have you seen Miss Kim?
Not today. She came last night?
Oh, yeah. She came and worked. I'm hoping she's going to come in a little bit early today. Got something for her to do. Skull straight. Classic straight. Hey, how you doing? All righty, my friend. It's going to be 5, 13 out of 20. $14.87 is our change.
See you tomorrow.
All right, so you take care now.
That white oak if I get up there.
Oh, just regular oak would be fine too.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. I think they're white oaks anyway.
Okay. All right, my friend. Do you need some dip, perhaps?
No, we're good to go.
All righty, go ahead and swap away. It'll be $6.70.
Oh man, you're running. No, I won't run as credit. My fault.
Yeah, we can try it again. Oops. Okay, we're ready again. You want to run it as credit?
Yeah, it's working there.
Okay.
I matched Devin on that. Hey, have a good one.
All right, sir, you too. What? What is that? Slushy. Okay, it's gonna be $1.84. Okay. What? Yeah, usually you get the bigger one though. Ah, okay. Okay, I'm gonna adjust the price on that one then. I will.
Sit there and play me.
Uh-oh.
I want to.
He'll probably be back later on.
I will.
$0.50. Any size. You give me a second, sir? Say you'll give me a second? Yeah. All done, huh?
All done.
All righty.
For that part.
Okay. All right. All right. You gonna be around for a second?
Not so long. You can get him though.
Okay. Just stick around. All right. Is there anything else besides the ice? All right. So it's gonna be 716. Okay. Out of 20. $12.84 is our change back. Have a good one now.
I got a news story for you.
What?
I'm going to read it to the chat. You know that coronavirus image with red spikes? Here's how the artists at the CDC created it. Red spiky tufts punching out in every direction like menacing fists, yellow and orange speckles dotting an undulating gray sphere, all of it floating in an ominous microscopic stew. It's the coronavirus. The image of SARS-CoV-2, now on countless websites, television broadcasts, newspapers, magazines across the globe. Alyssa Eckert and Dan Higgins of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention are the artists who made it. That's the bastards that did it to us. Here's how they did it.
No, this is a song.
This is showing a bunch of colors, fact sheet templates, social media templates. Number one, game plan. When the coronavirus was just starting to emerge from Wuhan, China, that's probably a lie. One of the many parts of the CDC that sprang into action was the communications team. A campaign would be needed. Communications team, that's code for propaganda. This type of quick response to an emerging health crisis comes from the Emergency Operations Center, according to Jared Hogg, a visual information specialist at the CDC. The emergency team asks how Hogg, his name's Hogg, H-O-G-G, Boss Hogg. Jared Hogg. Hogg, H-O-G-G. He's an emergency team asked Hogg to come up with a graphic design strategy for all the CDC's information on COVID-19. Hogg is the chief graphic designer, apparently. Primary thought process. Oh, fuck, it's reloading? Fucking advertisement. They're gonna... This is from the Chicago Tribune. That's why they're throwing up ads all the time. Image, blah, blah, blah. Where was I? Campaign would be needed. This type of quick response to an emergency health crisis comes from the emergency operator, according to John Hogg. Oh, I already read that. The emergency team asked Hogg to come up with a graphic design. Primary thought process was, what can we design that would be uniquely CDC in appearance, but easily reproducible? As our designers... Oh, Paul, I told you your notes are not accurate. Just stop it. Do you think Paul's notes are very accurate? I guess we're not going to get to read this article because Paul's interrupting it. Early on, it was decided CDC would need to create an image of the virus. This is where Eckert and Higgins came in. They're both medical illustrators and were brought into the project. The two have worked together for 14 years and have teamed on numerous projects, including imagery for Ebola, anthrax, antibiotic resistance. They hashed out a plan. Number two, research. So first they had to hire that graphic artist, then they had to research. Medical illustrators, part scientist, part artist. Did you know that? Eckert has an undergraduate degree in scientific illustration from the University of Georgia and a master's degree in medical illustration from Medical College in Georgia.
They're pop bullshitters too, Dave.
This is highly bullshit filled. It's from the Chicago Tribune. Higgins has a bachelor in fine art and graphic design from the University of Georgia. Master in biomedical illustration from the University of Illinois in Chicago. Where's that Illinois? Both love art, both love science, and eventually both found the profession. Did you know there was a profession drawing for medical? You can get a degree in medical illustration.
Yeah, I had a girlfriend, an ex-girlfriend. She said she was Illinois at me.
Yeah, she's a kick-ass, living a kick-ass life as a pilot tard, right? Eckert.
Yeah, but then she just moved to Chicago, so like whatever.
Yeah, become a vet. She was going to be a vet, or he or she, but had been taking art classes for fun. Higgins said he always loved art. Stop cranking the music, Paul. Fuck. I can't get through this. Paul's running interference here, folks. I'm afraid.
And it's not going to work. Paul, right? Dave is much smarter than you. Dave. probably drinking right now, calm his nerves, because he's alcoholic. Just kidding. It's just an imitation of someone else's slander upon Dave. Just don't take it. Blah, 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 blah. Just don't take it too literal.
I moved my operations outdoors to finish this article. Here we go. You had Eckert studying to be a veterinarian, taking art classes. Higgins said he always loved art, discovered his love of science in college. A medical illustrator is specifically trained artist with advanced education in science, anatomy, and art. They typically have a master's degree. And there are only 3 accredited med schools in the U.S. that offer the program. PSYOP program. The graphic services branch at the CDC has 8 illustrators, 6 medical, and 2 non-medical. Yeah, they got an art department at the CDC. Eckert and Higgins started researching the novel coronavirus, trying to understand what makes this virus unique. Earlier, I was reading that they're worried about it because it's so transmutable. These little spikies just stick to our cells like crazy. That's their angle that they're going with. Oh, shit, I lost the article. Here it is. Okay. Virus is a particle of genetic material wrapped in protein. Eckert and Higgins worked with CDC scientists to understand what proteins are. What proteins are part of COVID-19. For a coronavirus, the spiky proteins on the outer shell give it a crown-like appearance and its name. The S, or spike protein, can attach to cells in a person once they breathe them in, according to an explainer, a professional explainer by the National Institute of Health. I never knew there was a job called explainer. Once attached, the virus invades the cells and starts to make millions of copies of itself. The infection in most cases gives a person a fever, cough, and shortness of breath, according to the CDC. However, in severe cases, the immune system overreacts, according to the New York Times explainer, and can attack the lungs and lead to acute respiratory syndrome, leading to hospitalization or even death. Scary shit, folks. Number 3. And there's some other illustrations talking about how they got there. The spikes on the outside. Number 3, gathering parts. Looking for a scientifically accurate 3D computer model of a protein? ? The Protein Data Bank, a resource of more than 160,000 molecular files for scientists and educators, is the place. The Protein Data Bank. That's where you want to go. Find out what proteins look like. FYI. There's a protein data bank. Specifically for COVID-19, Eckert and Higgins needed 3 main outer proteins: the S, or spike protein, the E, or envelope protein, and the M, or membrane protein. The data bank had resources for S and E, but they had to make M themselves. Crikeys. The membrane protein, no database for it. They had to imagine it. The images in the data bank are called 3D models. They're probably, Blender. They're probably in Blender. The type of digital file that can be rotated and modified in special software. A medical illustrator can use this software to tune the appearance of an image for a scientific journal, a web animation, or a campaign to explain a worldwide health crisis. A campaign to shock fear into people. Once Eckert and Higgins had all the parts in hands, and they worked with the CDC scientists on the structure of COVID-19. They were ready to begin perfecting the image. The image. This undated electron microscopic image.
It's just pure speculation on your part, Dave. Don't you read something? Huh? Don't you?
I am reading. I'm reading propaganda from the internet,
Okay. This is actual people are saying that. Okay, all right.
The Chicago Tribune has produced this propaganda for you to imbibe. They have an electron microscope image made available in February 2020. But it's an undated electron image. Shows SARS. Oh, there's one of SARS, COVID-2. Looks like a fucking Max painting or something. It's hilarious. This whole story should be shut down.
Seems to be very credible so far.
An electron microscope image of the coronavirus looks like blobs of small hairy splotches. And they're also black and white. Oh, so the graphic artist had to put color to this and make it look a little, make it look scary. Creating a detailed, realistic looking 3D sphere that conveys immediately.
I think it should look scary, Dave. I mean, something to literally take your life probably, maybe should be afraid.
It has to be scary looking. It conveys immediacy and clarity is where the art meets the science. See, they want it to be scary is what they're saying. 3D model files that come from the data bank are very, very complex and not necessarily.
I think if they had to pick a character for the coronavirus, that they would use Tasmanian Devil or something like that.
I know, right? These guys,
they should just say it, that's what it looks like. Like it looks like a small Tasmanian devil. It's moving around like a dervish and
with a bunch of hooks
dancing
on it.
or whatever
so
they
he
do.
Can hook to shit. Because that's their whole spiel, is that this fucker hooks to you. It's got all these hooks. It's going to hook to you and start replicating right away. It's all full of hooks. We're fucked. It's a big, veritable ball of hooks. Look, it says we tested different colors to see what was going to work in combination for us, for our communication goals. Do you hear it? That sentence actually says they picked the colors based on what they wanted, the fear they wanted to communicate, and the immediacy. They didn't want it to be too playful.
What you want to read.
They didn't want it to be too playful, and with greens and blues, that's not fearful enough. It had to be red-orange combination is very striking. Strikes fear into your heart. I can't even believe they wrote this article for us, man. They're telling you how they fucking designed an image to make you afraid. That is some fucked up shit. But don't worry, it's all real. It's from an electron microscope. That's the end of the article. I'm not reading anymore. These guys are pissing me off. They got number 5, getting the word out. I'm not even going to read what they said for that. There's so many ads in this thing. It's ridiculous. It's all ads I'm scrolling through.
Was there something wrong with their propagandas, Dave, or what? What are the problems you have?
Chicago Tribune. I guess that's the end. It's all ads. It's just an entire page full of ads. They're advertising a Chevy Silverado as if that's like something we need to know about. You want to buy a brand new Silverado? You won't believe the price, snack. It's fucking cheap.
Well, just saying, really, if you're trying to get off grid, I mean, maybe you need that. Not like a bunch of toilet papers you're trying to get on a trailer.
Yeah, you could fill your Silverado full of toilet paper, baby.
It's like a rock, Dave.
Yeah, like a rock. That's the Chevy motto. Like a rock. They haven't been using that motto lately.
It's also Healthy Skeptics model as well.
Thank God Paul's finally gone, man. The guy was openly heckling me. Like, he wouldn't stop. It was fucking driving me nuts.
You're probably just sensitive, Dave. You're like me.
My wife, the genius, gave him coffee this morning. I found out is what happened. When I went to go buy his poi, she was plying him with coffee, and I came back, and he's just like running circles. He's running circles in the room, just yapping
That's like,
his
why
mouth.
not just give him talking lessons? Why don't you, or something?
Did you hear me complaining about his singing ability, lack of singing ability? I told him that when in singing, you're supposed to match the fucking notes that the guy is singing. And I'm like, your notes do not match, Paul. You need to not sing over the music because you're making it sound worse. And then he's like, well, I'm deaf. And I'm like, right, don't sing. You're deaf. He's like, just starts singing. He's like, I do not care what you're telling me. I am just going to fucking irritate you as much as I can. That's my goal. That's what he told me. That's not what I'm telling you. I don't want to irritate you, Snake. You've got enough problems already being sequestered out there. No, that's not a problem. That's a solution.
Don't step on his dreams, Dave. Dave, he could be the first. You don't even know. He could be the first deaf singer that's really good. Or he needs.
There's been a deaf singer already. They had on Glee. They had a whole choir full of deaf singers. It was fucking horrendously horrible to listen to, but people listened to it anyway. It was a test. I'm sure it was some sort of test. You heard of the show Glee? It's like a high school that has a Glee club, and they got cheerleaders and football players and shit. And they go to competitions, singing competitions. But it's a high school show, but they're like getting pregnant.
Oh, Dave, you want to watch Hockey High? I used to watch that.
They're having boy on boy sex, girl on girl sex, pregnancies, just like the whole gambit. But it was for children to watch.
About ancient Rome?
Yeah, it's about. Now it's some town in Nebraska or some bumfuck area. I forget where.
They're getting a little curious out there in the Heartlands.
Glee. The guy, the star's name was Mr. Shoe, the Glee Club teacher. His name was Mr. Schuster.
You're like a football jock, or maybe you're like affectionate cuddling with another man. You know, because you don't know. Just because you're singing.
I remember
it's not gay.
One of the plots for Mr. Schuster, he hooked up with a chick that claimed she was pregnant, and then he had to do all kinds of stuff for her, you know, because she's pregnant with his baby. But it turned out she was lying after a while.
It's very rude.
So he kicked her out. He gave her the boot. And that was part of the drama, of course. Show's all drama. It was a kid's show. That's what's weird about it. My wife used to watch it with her special needs.
Sounds like a kid's show to me. Sure.
Yeah.
What you're describing is that. Exactly.
Yeah, because kids need to know about women lying about being pregnant so they can manipulate.
If they don't learn it on the television, they're going to learn it on the streets.
That's right. On the streets, baby.
Philadelphia.
Yeah. Oh boy. We got sun today. I should probably try to go sailing or something so I stop going crazy.
Dave. Just shine on like a crazy emerald.
Yeah, crazy diamond. You know, I never found out until just the other day that Shine On You Crazy Diamond is vaguely SYD. And that's the guy that they're honoring, Sid. I never put that together. That's how slow I am. Did you ever put that together? SYD? Shine On You Crazy Diamond? I mean, it doesn't really spell SYD, so it's not even true, but it sort of does. There's a couple extra letters in there that you got to ignore. But he wore out his welcome with random precision. Whatever that means. Because random precision is an anomaly in it. There's no such thing as random precision because random is one thing and precision is another. They're actually the opposite of each other. So putting them in one word is crazy talk. But Sid was on acid all the time, so it makes perfect sense. Apparently they were dosing him when he didn't know it a lot. And that made him crazy. Poor Sid. Should I read another news story? What should I read about this time? Just find something happy. Want me to show you the picture of the girl with the Corona bottle up her butt? Everybody left as soon as I said that.
Hey, what's up, Dave?
Do you want me to show you the picture of the girl with the Corona bottle up her butt?
All right. This just in from Boston. 68 people found dead in New Jersey nursing home.
Oh my God, Richie from Boston's here. Shit.
Found dead? What is that supposed to mean? No one was there and they just drove her in and said, hey, everybody's dead.
Breaking update. Fresh out of Boston. Congressman confirms 68 dead in Andover, New Jersey nursing home.
Congressman confirmed. Not the medical staff, the congressman had to confirm it.
A New Jersey congressman has confirmed 68 residents. Here, I'll put the link.
Man, that Richie from Boston is so resourceful.
Yeah, link us.
Yeah, right there. Fresh out of Boston.
Boston, where's that? I never heard of that place.
It's in New Jersey.
Oh, yeah, Boston, Jersey. I have heard of that. Boston, New Jersey. It's right next to where Larry lives, I think.
You get that link? It's more orange.
Vampire killer. Sphere. I'm too afraid to click that link. I don't want to be overtaken by fear. As I told Paul, when people go into a nursing home, they know they're gonna die eventually. So when you got dead people in a nursing home, it's really not that big of a story.
Right.
I mean, every winter people die in nursing homes. It's just like a fact of life.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe we should shut down the country over it. Seems like a perfectly legitimate thing to do.
Yeah, that's a good idea, Dave. That's why we're doing it.
Shut down the country.
Somebody died. Quick, shut it down.
Shut it down.
I mean, we can't risk a virus just sweeping through the country and just shutting the economy down. That would be devastating.
That would be. Let's just do it ahead of time. Let's
We're going to do our best to avoid it.
To avoid devastation, let's pre-devastate.
It's going to cause devastation.
Save the world from devastation by devastating the world.
Can Richie from Boston thank all the truck drivers real quick? I mean, the heroes of this pandemic?
Well, I think you guys ought to be thanking me because I'm basically a truck driver.
Oh, damn. I guess, yeah. Thank Richie from Boston.
Does Hitch must know you then? He manages the truck drivers.
He's Richie's handler.
Yeah, Richie's handler, Hitchhiker's Guide. Everybody needs a guide and some fresh towels. I got big trouble. My pipe is broken. It's going to be really hard to pull over.
You don't do any other ways? Any other methods?
I tried rolling a doobie, but the stuff, the buds are too tight to like. I broke it up in little pieces, and then when I rolled it up, it wouldn't smoke. So I gotta say, I'm gonna have
too wet.
Yeah, that's what everybody keeps saying, but it was a little bit, but I mean,
I had that problem recently
it was
too.
dried out, but you've had that problem. Yeah, you get the buds they
But
make nowadays aren't really good for smoking joints. Usually, they're too.
But the way that I got around it is by mixing some like really dry tobacco with it, so that way it burned.
I don't have any tobacco, and then I wouldn't want to smoke it after I added tobacco because it makes me sick.
Makes you sick.
Ever since I quit smoking tobacco, it just makes me sick. When I have a buddy that he's always, hey, have a puff of this, and I'm like, does it have tobacco in it? He's like, yes. And one time I was like,
you don't.
Puff, and I almost got sick. It's very discouraging. I got to log into Medscape to read that article.
Don't go into Disco page.
There's a site called Medscape for medical information, but you got to be a member of it. Coronavirus stock photos and royalty-free images. iStock photo. That's what these medical illustrators have put out for us. Wow. Oh, isn't that cute? Somebody put a little paper mask around the globe. You want to see it?
You don't want the corona to get sick.
You don't want the globe to catch corona, so you put a mask on the globe, see? There's a lot of crazy ass pictures. It's funny, they don't even all look the same.
Yeah, it's almost like they want a big white target on your face.
Yeah, that target, I know. Oh, they can you buy these. Oh, here's what it looks like when you're positive for a test. This one.
A mask is a great point of aim.
Check. Oh, they got a check mark. That's bad. Yeah, these talk about fear porn. Oh, look, this one has little hearts almost. They almost look like hearts sticking up. They're all stock photos. They say that they clickbait you in saying free royalty-free images, and then when you get there, they want $10.
Just copy it.
$10 is free, right?
No. It cost me $10 to fill the air in one tire.
Is that without coronavirus in the air or with?
It doesn't matter.
No extra charge for the virus in your tires?
No. I tell you what, I'm going to fill my tires now in about 6 months from now, I'm gonna let all the air out. I'll just be a driving bioweapon.
Uh-oh. Yeah, because all the air that we see right now has coronavirus in it. Oh, isn't this a cute little graph? That's just sickening. This is a page of fear porn that I found. Look at this one.
It's Richie.
Warning, coronavirus. This one is just plain stupid. Check. A clipboard, check. World been fucked by virus, check. Positive, ooh, that's bad. Positive.
Uh-oh. Another story right out of Boston. USA Today. Police find 18 bodies in a makeshift facility at New Jersey nurse. Oh, it's the same one. No, it wasn't 68. It's 18.
Still the same New Jersey nursing home?
It looks like.
It's a shame there's not 19.
New Jersey nursing home.
It seems like the bodies were just like stashed in closets and stuff, though.
Yeah, why don't they take proper care of their bodies in New Jersey?
Well, I think the nursing home gets money the longer the patient's alive, and those people might not have families, so they just pretend they're alive as long as possible and get the money.
Oh, right. Here you go. 17 bodies crowded into a tiny morgue found in New Jersey. A 4-person had 17 bodies. There was a shed. Now it's a shed in this one. It was one of the largest nursing homes in the state. More than a dozen bodies.
Wait, where was this?
New Jersey nursing home.
No, I'm trying to find the exact like street.
Oh. It says one of the largest nursing homes in New Jersey. There's a picture of it. Can you read the...
Yeah, no, I was just trying to see if I recognized it or anything, but...
Building 2, I think it says.
No, I never heard it.
It's Andover Subacute and Rehabilitation, Andover, New Jersey. "17 bodies in the facility's morgue." Huh. It says it killed 30,000 people in the U.S. See, this story would have never been come out in the public, worldwide, if it wouldn't have been for COVID. It's probably not even really related. I mean, it's just the winter of dead bodies that they're having trouble getting rid of. See, they had a refrigerated trailer at Newton Medical Center. There's no details regarding the victims. It's just a fear story. It's not even necessarily linked to...
Oh, yeah, 100%. I never said it was real. Come on.
I mean, there's bodies, but they don't say who they are.
Well, I imagine stuff like that probably happens a lot, so they get the money, Boston, what can I say?
Oh, I know what you mean. Yeah, they're still getting paychecks with a dead body. They didn't even bother to tell the people the guy died. That's a probably well-known trick amongst those type of places, nursing homes. They need money too.
What you should do is you should call a lawyer and be like, yeah, that was my grandpa in there or something, and I'm gonna sue him.
But they never released who it was. How can you say that?
Easy to find. It wouldn't be hard to find out names.
I know. You could probably find somebody that wasn't even claimed and use that name. Names are easy to come by, right? Identity theft. Is that like a coin?
I would start by like calling all the funeral homes around that place, and finding out who the services are for.
Oh yeah, get the names that way.
Yeah. And then cross-reference those back with the nursing facility and ask, hey, can I speak to such and such? And they'll say, oh, they passed. And then you got one.
Well, the thing is that with everything shut down, they probably just had to keep their bodies on site anyway. It's like no matter what they died from, they probably just couldn't get rid of the bodies because everything's shut down. And they had like a place, a morgue, they had their own morgue anyway.
That's Boston for you.
Boston, New Jersey. Because it's been like a month. It's not that outrageous to think 16 people could have died in a month at a nursing home. Brazilians take it to the streets. Screw the quarantine.
Take it to the streets.
Out with the governor. Oh, look, they got everybody's out on the streets in Brazil. Killer. Taking it to the streets.
Take it to the streets.
That's from the 16th of April. Today. Oops, I got my finger over the lens.
Looks like traffic to Richie.
Yeah, that's more than 2 people to banded together.
That looks like everyday Brazil.
I know. Oh, this guy's got a mask on.
Hey, guy with a flag, okay.
They're like, screw this. None of us are sick. Get the fuck out. I'm a hairstylist. I need to work.
Brazilians have governors?
Apparently the governor of Brazil, they're telling him to fuck off.
Lots of robots.
Robots.
This guy's drunk.
Oradoria. What's that? That's a lot of traffic. That's good. I'm glad to see that shit. It's real good. People actually with a clue.
I feel for the hairstylist, but, all I do these days, I just suck my hair up in a vacuum cleaner and then just cut it with a scissor.
Yeah, I just shave it down with a number 4 trimmer. And then I use number 2 on the edges. Piece of cake.
I like to look like a pineapple.
A pineapple, yeah. La Pina. We're starting in Sao Paulo. Let's spread it to the whole country. Spread it to the world, baby. Impeach the governor. I wonder why Brazil has a governor instead of a president. Or is it just one?
It doesn't make any sense.
Maybe it's just Sao Paulo.
It doesn't make
That's
sense.
one of the biggest cities in the world, Sao Paulo.
I don't
The
think Mexico.
hairstyle.
I don't think Mexico's playing along either.
My
They're just
wife
not
is
even-
telling me there's two countries that aren't playing along: Sweden and I think it's Brazil.
No, I believe. Hold on. I believe it's Mexico. Most likely, Switzerland isn't playing. Jordan
Sweden is
isn't
one.
doing. Jordan isn't playing. A lot of the Muslim countries are not doing it. Probably
Yeah,
all of them.
and guess what? They're not getting that sick either. Their numbers are no different than anybody else's.
They're not doing anything. Yeah.
No, you don't need. It's. They proved it that you don't need to do anything. The countries that didn't do anything, nobody's that sick over there.
Pretty much all the Muslim countries.
Plus Sweden. Sweden didn't do it. They're not
Neither
stupid.
Switzerland.
Yeah, I heard that about Switzerland.
Or Austria. I'm pretty sure Austria didn't do it either.
The fact that the main problem was in Italy after China, that to me is extremely suspicious because
Well, actually,
they
more
have
than
really
half.
crappy hospitals in Italy.
More than half the world didn't play.
Oh, really? I didn't
Yeah, you're
realize
just
that.
seeing the portion that did be sensationalized over and over.
I think you might be right. Yeah, because I don't know what's going on in the rest of the world. I only know my own area.
Start like looking at different webcams and places and see if like you see people actually wearing shit.
Yeah, the dude was doing that, but he was picking like New York City that was dead. And
Yeah, they're propaganda. You're getting the ones from the playbook. They're not going to give you someone who's not playing. It's their own show.
they're going to keep that information as secret as possible, actually.
They're just going to omit it,
Yeah.
omit, ignore, and bury.
I have a feeling that Brazil is one of the countries that didn't do it, but Sao Paulo did do it. And then that's why everyone's protesting, because in their country, they're the only city that's locked down.
Yeah, it's more than half the world not playing.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Vietnam's not doing shit.
I mean, as a leader, you're going to like make the conscious choice. Let's shut down and guarantee fuck up our country, or just take.
You haven't heard Russia in the news. You want to know why you haven't heard about Russia? Because I don't think they're doing anything.
Really? I bet they're not. Huh?
Find me some stuff out of Russia that shows everybody that equates to what we're doing. Find it for me.
I haven't looked. Should I look? Let's see. Russia COVID. Wait,
You'll find like one picture of Putin wearing a mask. That's what you'll find. Taking it to the.
Putin warns that Russia COVID-19 pandemic is getting worse. Huh. Putin extends no work order for Russia until May. Huh. That's CBS News, The Guardian, U.S. Embassy. The government and the Russian Federation banned the entry of all foreign nationals until May 1st. Oh, The Economist. That's always a good one to look at. As COVID-19 spreads, Vladimir Putin is invisible. Russia's indispensable leader is strangely absent from the fight against the pandemic. Wow. He's a Soviet-era cosmonaut turned politician. I never knew he was a cosmonaut. urge Parliament to lift constitutional restrictions that require him to step down as president in 2024. He's the only one who could save the country from crisis. Boy, they're only gonna let me read part of this article until I sign up with The Economist. It says Moscow's in lockdown while the number of cases is rising exponentially. I don't believe that for a second. Putin vanished, hunkered down in his residence. He doesn't want to catch any blame for this one. And then after that, I got to sign up. He doesn't look too happy, you got to admit. I mean, who would look happy with this shit going on?
Those are all just database photos of him. That's all. That's all like made up media. I want to like actually see Russia. I don't think they're doing
That was a stock photo. I know. They're just saying words.
It was all
that
stock
say,
stories. Like they want us to think that Russia's locked down. That's what's happening. You know what I mean? Just like not actually locked down.
Maybe just Moscow. Or parts of Moscow or something.
Well, listen, if this is just a psyop gear up for World War III, then we can, we could believe all the major players are in some kind of gear up mode, and this is the cover story for it.
Right. It does feel like a cover story. Here's a story about a Russian doctor who criticized government's COVID-19 response. Detained at Moscow, head of the doctors union that criticized Russian government's response, been detained during a trip she made to assess preparedness of provincial hospitals and supply medical workers with masks. A group backed by Russian opposition leader was stopped by police in the town of Okulovka, 400 kilometers north of Moscow, held overnight for questioning. She was, in the video, she was being detained in a rough manner. Police ambushed her, tried to drag her by force into the cop shop. So was she for the lockdown or against it? That's what I figured out yet. She was fined 1,600 rubles, $21, for violating rules of lockdown imposed by Russian authorities on March 30th. Huh. Oh, she was against the government because she wanted more lockdown, is what it is. So you're right. The government doesn't really want to deal with this, the Russian government. And she was trying to do it on her own, and they fined her $21 for violating curfew. So I don't know. Here's her picture and stuff. Hot Russian doctor. It's more propaganda, of course.
You gotta think about it. What does a curfew have to do with anything?
It's just to make sure that people are conforming. That's all it's for. They just want people to agree to give up their rights, essentially. She violated curfew, got fined $21. I think for $21, I wouldn't mind violating curfew either, but I wouldn't like being hauled around by the cops and shit. Oh, here's a story. New Iranian coronavirus detector mocked over resemblance to British fake. I think all of us are probably somewhat fake.
What do you mean? Of course.
That way, like, there's a clip of a guy from the WHO saying that the last thing we got to do is go into the homes and take out the people that test positive. And that's like totalitarian. That's like what Hitler did in World War II. Like he'd go to homes and get the special needs people or whatever. All they got to do is say, well, you're testing positive. You got to come with us. Like going to everyone's house and saying that. And they can just make up the results. So it'd be like a way to just get rid of people that they don't want. And then once they have them in lockdown, oh, they died of corona. Sorry.
Oh yeah, it's like, well, no, they could just pick people up and
right. And
what
say,
happened to that person? Oh, they were sick, they died, and you can't see their body because we incinerated it.
No one hears again. Oh, we had corona, we incinerated him. Sorry. Next question. But they could do that. That's what's so scary. If they want to come into your house and just say, look, you got corona, we're taking you. With a test that's probably not even real. Well, it's a real test, but it probably tests like everybody would be positive or something.
It won't get that far because this is just them baiting a civil war, and they're gonna get before that happens. It'll pop off.
Yeah, probably. People get too antsy before it gets to that, huh? And start arguing and protesting and shit.
Yeah. That's just more what you're saying is just more fear porn for the now, to help further up the fervor of the tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But it's disturbing that he said that, I mean, you shouldn't have leaders saying that kind of stuff.
Well, their job is to keep you controlled. They're like prison wardens.
But it's like the WHO. Where do they even get their power from? Apparently, Bill Gates gave him a bunch of money. And apparently, the president, orange-haired feller, just said we're not giving the money to WHO anymore. He's fighting with them, apparently. So it's sort of like a war against Bill Gates and Donald Trump. The WHO, I don't trust them.
No, I don't. I mean, with stuff like fluoride and
GMOs, why don't they
try
to get fluoride out of our water if they care about our health?
Yeah, it's contradicting everything. All these organizations like the FDA and whatever else it is and stuff, pretending to look after your health and stuff, but it's
especially the FDA, because they totally do not test shit the way they should before they approve it. There's no way GMO should be like legal, because they test it for just under the amount of time it takes for it to fuck up your digestive system. And then they say, oh, it's fine.
What do you think about cigarettes being approved by FDA?
I don't care. I think that's, they should be more like that with everything.
I think that they should only approve it if it's organic.
Well, as long as they tell you it has toxins.
That makes no sense, what you just said.
Everything should be legal as long as they tell you this is going to kill you, Go ahead and take it if you want.
If everything should be legal, there won't be needing. Well, it's not about being legal, right? It's about being regulated, right? Like they shouldn't put like some sort of toxic chemical inside something that could harm the humans. That's what I think the FDA.
I see what you're saying. They say that it's the chemicals. Yeah.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. Like
Richie from Boston.
Richie from Boston.
You got a good point, Healthy. If they have the added chemicals, they shouldn't be legal because they don't tell you they're in there, for one thing.
Right.
Or what they would do to you.
But the way that they get approved is by taking the money and just being silent and be like, okay, yeah, we'll approve this.
Exactly. Yeah. Did you pay us our $12 trillion that we need? Oh, okay. Here, it's approved.
Yep. The whole thing with the vapes that I don't know if you guys know this or maybe you know, because of vapes, right? They make it a reason that because of fruity flavors that are available in vapes, we had to raise the minimum smoking age from 18 to 21.
Yeah, like as if that makes perfect sense, right?
Yeah, makes perfect sense. Because the fruity flavors were attracting the children between 18 and 21. However, the bigger question here is, were those vapes approved by the FDA? The answer is no. So as soon as they get approved by the FDA, they'll be they'll be fine. Be fine. It's all good.
It's amazing how many things they're doing now that hurt business. It's like you still there, Healthy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hear you in the car.
I'm in the car, yeah. I was gonna say, like, I was thinking this morning, like Home Depot, they make you wait in line just to get in the store, and then you get in there, there's no one in there. It's like they're doing stuff that's hurting their own business, big time, because people are just saying, "Fuck it, I'm just not gonna buy it, anything, fuck it. If I gotta wait in that line, screw it."
Yeah,
but they
but
do it
it's
anyway. But then you go to Lowe's, and then there's no line to get into Lowe's. You just walk right in.
Fuck yeah, Lowe's.
So
How you
it's
doing,
like,
sir?
businesses just like totally fucking themselves over this shit.
All right,
says
Trump
here, Darwin.
conference at 6 p.m. Eastern, and he's opening the country under guidelines.
Tonight?
Yeah.
Good for him. I heard he said at the end of the month, May 1st.
This story from 2.5 hours ago. Well, the conference is tonight at 6. Oh, it's his tweet.
It's still going to be one of his tweets on Twitter. Still, if he can get this thing over early, he'll be a real hero. If he actually gets business back up and running, he'll be a fucking hero. I guess. I mean, a bunch of people hate him, so they'll probably just hate him still.
No, he's probably gonna say we need to hold off till June.
I hope not. He's already said May 1st. Yeah, but he could change that at any time because his bosses will just tell him to shut the fuck up, get back on the horn and tell him June.
Well, I heard something a little bit scary too. What if they say that okay, they'll open up the business during summertime, right? And then as soon as winter comes around again, they can say that Corona's back.
I know that's the problem, but they'll say it'll be Corona 20, and now we got to start all over again.
Yeah,
It's like,
name it whatever they want.
School for kids. There'll be school from home. More domestic violence will happen. A lot of kids are going to get swept up into CPS.
yeah, there's going to be a lot of stuff like that, huh? CPS is a real heinous operation.
And then all those children that they take away from their parents, they're gonna take them and keep them and groom like a brown shirt army.
Okay.
Just
Bye.
Bye. Is today Friday, sir?
Yeah.
I get it.
Oh, the mic was open, Ian. Ian, you want to say hi to the... Oops, I got the wrong gear here.
What's this one, please?
You want to go forward? No, I think... Isn't that a dead end?
Yeah, they'll have a whole brown shirts of factory raised children with all kind of weird ideas about how they need to report every little problem that they see. It'll be see something, say something, like on steroids, like in 1984.
You hear about this other thing, Dave? They're talking about it on the fucking news, of course. Some sort of app that I think Singapore's got it, China's got it, like some of the Asian countries have it. It's basically just allowing people to have their phones on them, I guess, and it kind of tells them like if somebody near them has coronavirus, it'll report it on that app. And if somebody's in a certain area with coronavirus, like it's all being reported and shit. Like in the United States, Google and Apple are like teaming up to make this app. People are gonna be like fucking, basically just reporting on themselves and their neighbors.
That actually sounds like one of the end games of this whole thing.
It's a game, all right, man. I don't know if it's the end game, but it's gonna be tough when that comes out.
So you scan everybody around you and get their data into your app, and then it goes to headquarters or something.
Right.
Or what? Everybody's heartbeat will be monitored or something. And the guy there that's over there, he's got something. Stay away from him.
Right. Something like that.
Is that how it would work? Your phone will like send out you an alarm beeping, hey, there's someone near you that has corona. That would be some fun.
It says that there's like a facial recognition app or something in China or something, and if you scan one person who's got the virus, then it'll let you know everybody who they've been in contact with, like recently and stuff. So you know to stay away from them as well. Which is, I don't know, it's a bit weird, isn't it? It's kind of like,
Now they're in the stage where they've scared you, you're staying in the house, but now they need you to fight back so they can get this thing started. And that's what all these headlines are showing you right now. It's absolutely ridiculous how flagrant they're using the same old formula. They just mixed it up with a different chemical this time called COVID-19. Recording people's license plates. That's ridiculous. And they're going after the Christians. They're going after anyone talking truth. This is completely nonsensical. None of it makes sense. They're using mannequins again. How many times have we seen that? All these dead people everywhere. Nebraska's actually trying to keep this poor plastic mannequin alive. Same thing on the USS Comfort. Trying to keep this plastic mannequin alive. They're laughing at you. They were laughing at you since day one. They told a scary story and everybody ran in the house. You think it's a complete coincidence that this cover came out this quickly? What do you see going on here? This guy's walking his dog with a mask. This hidden hand is walking you with the mask. And if you don't wear a mask, they're going to chase you around, hit you with a stick, and hit you with a $1,000 fine unless you act like a grown-up American with your God-given rights to be here and stand up to this. All the medical things. Well, we don't have enough masks. We don't have enough for our brave first responders. But this right here was here 3 weeks ago.
Boston.
God, no.
Let's count it out. House. I'm Jenny. Jenny Shield.
Oh shit, it's Joe Biden.
Your child is missing. Your child is missing. And now your child is missing. Peter, we've got to go on. We must. Don't you understand that? You've got to listen to me. We must go on. This man is evil. He's the cause of everything.
Albert, he's the Count. If we dare touch him, he'll have us all hanged.
Your daughter's in there. I beg of you. And my wife, Anna.
Anna, one last leads the other.
Tell them that we must go on.
Well, as men, I say, we should go on. For the Count to have us all hanged. Well, I'm leaving.
Shield, no, not you. Not you. Your daughter is in there with my wife.
If your wife's in there, maybe she wanted to go.
killed by a vampire. Hannah! 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 What have you done with my wife?
Only what she wanted. Schoolmaster.
His heart! It must be his heart!
I feel